Hello, 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 all you wonderful cats and kittens, Jeep staters, and just random people who found this place. This is Let's Playing Vets. I am one of many, and I've been saying it a lot this week, but I've got more friends off stream, I swear. But today I do have a special guest for the next installment of Don't Call to Comeback. We've got Jason Call, who is running for a congressional seat, the House seat in Washington's 2nd District, against a Mr. Moneybags Rick Larson. So, Jason, do you want to just give us a quick introduction about kind of who you are?
Yeah. So my name is Jason Call. I am a longtime Washington State resident. Grew up here in the 80s. Went to University of Washington. Have lived in my district for 20 years now, and have been represented by this guy Rick Larson for for the whole time I've been here. He's been in office. He is very conservative Democrat. Takes a lot of corporate money, military industrial complex. We've got two naval bases in this district. A lot of Boeing money, aviation industry money. He is chair of the aviation subcommittee of the House and is on the Armed Services Committee. So, those are his allegiances. Won't support Medicare for all. Won't support a Green New Deal. Talks a lot about how we need to overturn Citizens United, but has benefited hugely from that corporate money. So, I was part of, I've been involved in politics for a long time. I've been an issues activist for 30 years. Got my start when I was 19 years old at the University of Washington when we were protesting the Iraq War. So that dates me. I'll be 50 years old my next birthday. So I've been an anti-war
Can I say
activist for 30
you look great. You look fantastic, and
Thank you.
I don't know if it's
Don't
just for men or natural. Either way, it's working. It's working for you.
It's all the weed. So
It keeps you youthful.
I'm,
Eat your spinach,
I'm not like
adults.
as an issues activist, I was very involved in the passage of uh, Initiative 502 here in Washington back in 2012, which was the initiative that legalized weed for Washington State. As everybody knows, Washington and Colorado were the first states to legalize weed back in 2014. Um, so um, yeah, I've been an issues activist for 30 years. Really got more involved in sort of organized politics, like party politics, when Howard Dean ran in 2003. Prior to that, I had been dabbled in the Green Party, but mostly just been, sort of loosely affiliated with issues organizations. And when Bernie came in 2016, I was really, I've been following Bernie for a long time when he was doing Brunch with Bernie with Tom Hartman. Um, and so when he ran, I knew exactly who he was. April 2015, he made his announcement, and I was part of a team here in Washington State that really was just to drop everything, and we are going to get this man elected. In 2016, Bernie won the caucus here in Washington State by 73%. Um, so we,
That's not a little
having been
bit,
involved,
by the way.
yeah,
That's not a little bit.
having been involved in local party politics, the crew that I worked with, we really kind of knew how the party politics system worked, and we got people motivated to participate in the caucus. Of course, now in Washington State, the caucus has been taken away from us at the behest of the DNC. So in 2016, did the work for Bernie. Got myself elected to the Washington State Democrat Central Committee, where I sat for 4 years fighting for the issues. I actually ran for state party chair in 2018, challenging the incumbent who just got reelected. She's a very, corporate friendly, DNC friendly Democrat in charge of the Washington State Democratic Party. Um, and so I was pushing issues like Medicare for all, ranked choice voting, get money out of politics, all of this kind of thing. Did a lot of platform work. The platform that exists for the Washington State Democrats, I don't want to say is largely my creation, but the people that I worked with, we built that platform in 2018. It is a solidly progressive platform. Problem we have now is we have a ton of representation that gives lip service to the platform, but in action, they don't support the platform. And honestly, that's why I'm running. I mean, if I felt like we had good representation, I would be doing this. So I have been oppositional to the incumbent in this seat since 2005 when he signed on to the bankruptcy bill, which made it impossible to shed your student loan debt in bankruptcy. And as I tweeted out, I think it was even yesterday, somebody had mentioned student loan debt. I think Jen Perelman had mentioned that 40% of the people who have student loan debt right now don't even have a college degree. And so I was a high school teacher for almost 20 years, taught high school math, and I recognized that after the bankruptcy bill had been passed, where people could not write off their student loan debt, there was a huge push in the public school system in high schools to get kids to go to college. I mean, the mission statement became everybody needs to go to college. And if you weren't pushing kids towards college, you weren't doing your job as a teacher. You were failing them. Of course, as we know, going to college is not for everybody. And certainly in the public school system, we weren't adequately preparing kids, which was one of my arguments with that mission statement. Like, if you're going to push all kids to go to college, we need to be adequately preparing them for that experience, and we weren't doing it. So I had, one of the reasons I'm not teaching anymore is not that I didn't love the job, not that I didn't love the students, but administratively, the public school system was they just did not get it right in that regard. A lot of fights with administration, and eventually I just said, okay, this is not a great. I would love to get back into teaching one day, but really on my own terms, rather than very authoritarian terms, which the public school system is. So, but I was a union activist for the public, for teachers and students for the whole time I was there. Very active in the union, building rep for many years. Was on the board of my local education association. Was a representative to our state RA for a number of years in a row. Actually passed the resolution for the Washington Education Association, where we oppose the idea that corporations are people. So that gives you an idea of who I am, what I'm about, and love to have more conversation about my race.
Yeah, no, and I think hell of an introduction. I don't really know what to, actually. I mean, like, can you talk about some of those cool little noisemakers you got behind you?
Oh, okay. So yeah, bass guitars. This one on this side, that is my Ernie Ball Stingray 5, Radiance Red. 2000. I think I got that in 2008. Behind me over here is a Zon Sonus, inspired by Robert Trujillo of Metallica. Saw him play that thing, and I said, man, I want to get one of those. So I traded in two basses that I had at a wonderful store called Bass Northwest. Anybody who's a musician in the Seattle area knows Bass Northwest. They closed down a few years ago, sadly, but they were like the mecca for bass guitars. And then I got this Rickenbacker down here given to me. Well, I don't know, given to me, loaned to me, shared with me by my wife, Shannon.
So you stole it from your spouse? That's what you're saying? You stole it from your partner? You stole it from Shannon? That's.
I married her so I could acquire the bass.
Fair. That's fair, right? He's like, and that's he's like. So Jason Call sounds good on paper, but you might take your bass guitar.
Little bit mercenary sometimes. No.
Yeah. So healthcare for all, bass guitars for all. Is that a platform that you're on?
It sounds reasonable to me, but I played music for I picked up the guitar in high school. Actually, in middle school, I was on the acoustic guitar. When they do that, I was the soloist for the live performances, the winter ensemble and whatever. So I did that starting in like 7th grade, and I transitioned to the bass guitar when I was a freshman in college. I got my first bass. It was a Fender Jazz bass. I couldn't afford to park my car at the University of Washington, and there really wasn't any need to have a car. So I sold my car and used the money to buy my first bass, and I was bass ever since. So I played the bass for over 30 years now. Been in a number of bands, put out a number of CDs. Some of them, some stuff good, some stuff, marginal, but I have a lot of fun with it. And anybody who's a live musician now knows that COVID has just trashed our hobby because we can't go play out anymore. So
yeah, jam sessions have been postponed for over a year now, and
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gotta
Social
suck.
distance practicing doesn't work.
Although I mean, so it seems like your partner Shannon is also a musician, so at least you've got some like in-house, in-house
No,
band prospects, or
she can't play a lick. It was just something that she had acquired along the way. Um,
I no longer feel bad for her.
yeah. So yeah, I definitely said, well, I'll put that thing to good use.
Word, word, word. Well,
Yep.
I want to kind of get back into some of the things that you were talking about, just with your experience, right? And like, I think that's what's important is to highlight that a lot of like the progressives and leftists that we're trying to get elected, like our people, people with like real like working class experiences. I mean, as of right now, the majority of Congress is made up by lawyers,
Yep.
and so having, like we see teacher, nurses. I think like there's a few teachers out there. Katie Porter, is like I think is a great example of that. Corey Bush, when you talk about nurses, Jamal Bowman, another educator. But
Yep.
like the thing is too is like I think what's kind of important with like some of these working class jobs that people have is just the connection with the community, right? Um,
Yeah. Well, and to have people in Congress, people like Cory, and I got to tell you, I am so impressed with Cory Bush right now. I mean, I'm looking at her. I mean, as much as I love AOC, I'm really looking at Cory Bush as sort of taking the next step with what she's willing to say and who she's willing to hold accountable. And she puts it right out there. You know, somebody who has been homeless understands what that experience is like. Who has had to live off government assistance, who has been abused. And then now we have AOC coming out recently and talking about her experiences with that. It is important that people, the average person, hears that their representatives have gone through the same things that they are going through as people, and we have not had that enough. In our Congress, not nearly enough. And I think the progressives, the actual progressives in Congress, and I don't mean the progressive caucus, because most of those people are not progressives.
yeah,
But our new wave of progressives, that they're willing to stand up and get very personal about their experiences, I think is really what this country needs. And I'll do the same thing. When I launched my campaign last year, I was, my top issue is Medicare for all. I fight for Medicare for all. I'm a board member of Whole Washington here in Washington State, where we're trying to get, in the absence of the federal government passing Medicare for all, we want to get a state single payer bill passed. And we have a great bill. We're running into roadblocks, not from the Republicans, by the way, because the Republicans don't control the Washington State legislature, the Democrats do. And we're running into roadblocks from the chairs of the health committees in Washington State, and both in the Senate and our House. The chairs of those committees take bags of industry money. You go through their PDC filing, and here in Washington, the PDC is the same as the FEC on the federal level. But you go through their PDC filings, and they're taking all sorts of money from the pharmaceutical industry, from hospital associations, from medical industry lobbyists, from the health insurance industry. And so they are serving literally as a roadblock for the people of Washington. 500,000 people in Washington don't have health insurance, can't go see a doctor unless they go to the emergency room, which is, as we know, very expensive. And now with COVID, even dangerous. It's dangerous to go to the emergency room. Dangerous for the people who need treatment if they don't have COVID. Dangerous for the hospital workers and the emergency workers in medical staffing. Um, and it's stunning to me that we have Democrats who are putting up the roadblock to single payer. Because if Democrats were interested in Washington State in passing this bill and having everybody in Washington State covered under this state single payer plan, they could do it. But that's the fight. The fight is with corporate Democrats. It's not with Republicans right now for that. But the reason I bring that up is my issue, Medicare for all, medical insurance industry, health insurance industry, they literally killed my mother. I've talked about this story so many times right now. My mother went in for a routine surgery in 2003. How old was she then? She was, She was a little under 60 years old. It's 58 years old, and went in for a routine surgery, and didn't feel well after the surgery. The insurance company would only pay for a single day's stay after her surgery. She didn't feel well. She said, "Can I stay longer?" They said, "No, your insurance company is not going to cover it." They sent her home. Within 24 hours, she was back in the hospital, having collapsed at her home, having had the ambulance called. Her intestine had ruptured. It was in the lower abdomen, the surgery, and they had nicked her intestine, and her intestine literally broke apart. That's why she wasn't feeling well enough to go home. Had they kept her in the hospital another day for observation, another 2 days, however long, they would have caught this problem. They could have fixed it on site at the time. Instead, she goes back into the hospital, spends, I don't know how long it was. I want to say around 3 months in an induced coma. I flew down to Albuquerque, New Mexico from Washington with my sister. We sat there and watched our mother on a bed, on a ventilator in the ICU. She was, I don't know if you've ever seen like full body sepsis, but your body just bloats up from infection. It was horrible to see. And my sister and I looked at each other and we were just like, this is the end. We're not even going to get to say goodbye to our mother. She did recover from that, but she spent 2 years learning to walk again, because she had spent so long in an ICU bed, that she had, her legs had lost their function. She had spent 2 years learning to walk again. She was on a walker for the rest of her life. Her wasn't able to work anymore. She worked full time. Didn't really have anybody to care for her, and just on a cost analysis basis, how much more money had to go into her care, following that botched surgery. And when I say botched surgery, I don't even blame the surgeon. Doctors are human. Mistakes are going to happen. This was purely a health insurance decision not to let her stay and get the recovery that she needed. So she did not have good quality of life for the last decade of her life. She died about 5 years ago. It absolutely was due to complications from, the surgery and the recovery, but had to spend 10 years fighting the insurance companies to pay for her post-op care and the things that she needed to get by in her life. She couldn't work. She was reliant on Social Security. So basically, I went into this saying that, everybody's got a story like this. Everybody knows a family member. Everybody has a family member or a friend or a neighbor, somebody they know, where there is just this horrible, horrible story of the dysfunctionality of our health insurance, of our health insurance, our healthcare system, and we've got to get this fixed. So having that happen to my mother personally, having also a sister with a lot of issues. She's my sister's she's adopted. She's got a genetic disorder, and it's very rare. And so a lot of the treatments for it are considered experimental, and so they don't get covered. Just a huge amount of dysfunction. And so I'm fighting for people, both in my state with the whole Washington bill and nationally supporting Medicare for all, that we join the rest of the world in taking care of our people with their healthcare needs. I probably don't need to go into any more, but it's personal for me, and I think it's personal for a lot of people. And we got to continue to make it that way. We got to continue to make it a personal thing. People like the guy I'm challenging, who are really only interested in the corporate profits of their industry donors. They can talk about how they want to support the ACA, but the reality is, we know the ACA is dysfunctional. I've been on the ACA. It's too expensive. You can't afford to go see the doctor when you need to. You're always worried about what bills you're going to get on the back end. We just need to move to a single payer system like the rest of the world.
Yeah, and I mean that's something too. Is like the Affordable Care Act, and if you actually utilize the whole name, you kind of see. You see, as now over time, it's like you see exactly what it is: patient protection and Affordable Care Act. Now, they should have just called it the Patient Protection Act, because that's all it really did was require insurance companies to now cover some things that they or cover certain people and groups of people that they didn't have to do before. I.e., letting people go up to, what was it, 26 on their parents' insurance,
Yep.
and then yeah, expanding Medicaid payments to the states if they accepted all those things, right? Um, so it protected, but just protected patients. They didn't make anything affordable.
Yeah, and
It all it did was slow the company or insurance companies from raising profits, and pharmaceutical companies from like raising their prices for 1 year before they were able
right.
to then find loopholes, and then goes right
And start
back up.
jacking up premiums again. Yeah, and so I mean, it's totally understandable why people were upset with the mandate, right? You had to get it. You had to get the insurance. Thankfully there are subsidies for that for people who are low income, but the mandate that for people who are sort of in that middle income bracket where you're like, man, if I can't get employer insurance, so I have to buy this. I'm not going to get any subsidies. This is a huge chunk out of my paycheck. And then I can't turn around and use it when I need to. It's understandable why people were upset about that individual mandate.
Yeah, no, and like it's easy to say when people say, "Oh, hey, my Social Security tax is coming out, and I know that I'm getting something, in return." Um,
Yep.
but when it comes to, yeah, hey, I need to pay for something that I can't afford, that wouldn't even serve me if I had it. Um,
Right.
and yeah, it was just basically another scam, right? Just for yeah, the insurance lobby, pharmaceutical companies, just to put a band-aid over a gushing wound. Um,
Yeah.
and
Well, and
which,
it's not at all surprising it was supported by the insurance companies. They're like,
yeah,
man, we're going to make some profits here. And it's all subsidized. Hey, give us
great,
that.
great. Now it's guaranteed. Thank you. Um,
Yep.
and kind of even to transition, right? Because like part of something is like, if once we get to the point where we are, the law is, hey, guaranteeing healthcare is paid for through the government with like a single payer healthcare program. Another aspect of it is making sure that we can now educate and train a workforce able to handle the healthcare load that this country actually has, that has been ignored for poor people, for
Yep.
since its inception. So I wonder if, yeah, we can kind of transition into just back, kind of into your specialty of like education, and kind of some of where you see some of this like issues with higher education, how it's paid for, and also maybe like student loan debt as well.
Well, certainly I'm an advocate for canceling all student loan debt. I still have about $45,000 of outstanding loan debt from the last 15 years from when I got my master's degree. And of course, if you're a teacher, that they push you to get a master's degree. If you get a master's degree, you get a salary bump. And the districts really like to say, oh, well, our certain percentage of our teaching staff have master's degrees, and it's one of those it's one of those things that they say, hey, move into our area because our schools are so much better, because our teachers are so much better educated. I got to tell you something: having a master's degree did not make me a better teacher. It just got me a little bit more salary. But now on the back end of it, I'm still paying for that, and I'm not teaching anymore. So I think certainly we're in a place where, if you looked at the purpose of public education and you could make a case, however long ago, the public education up to grade 12 should be free because that's what the investment is, so that we have a competent workforce and we have skilled workers, et cetera, et cetera. But obviously, we've gone beyond that, and the needs of our society have taken us to, everybody should at least get a 4-year degree for free, or the equivalent in trade school training for free. That's just, it's just an investment in the future of this country. And again, it's something that other countries have managed to figure out, that if we subsidize, and in some cases, like in Finland, they even pay people to go to school. um, and it doesn't mean saying, we don't have expectations for you. That there isn't some trade-off, like, can you do some community service? Can you do a year or two of some kind of national civic service in exchange for us educating you? But it's all that sort of uh, what do I want to say? It's like a compact. It's a public compact that you say, we're going to help you, you help us, and in the end, everybody benefits. And then you have so much more freedom in your own life to do what you want to do. And to have people in the workforce, even people in high-paying jobs like doctors, coming out of school, a couple $100,000 in debt. It's just another dysfunctional aspect of American society that puts emphasis on profits rather than than good public policy. So I am for canceling all student debt, all of it. I am for making, at the very least, college free through a 4-year degree. Certainly have it on the table that if you want to continue higher education in graduate school, that should at the very least be heavily subsidized for people who are qualified and wanting to do it. And I want that to be on the table. I mean, Joe Biden's, going from $50,000 now to $10,000, and maybe only with, again, means tested. It's just all wrong. It's coming at it from the idea that we couldn't. Who is it hurting in the end, to make sure that our population is well educated? It's not hurting anybody, and I think in the end, what we find out is the capitalist system is so short-sighted, in short-term profits, that they're really just interested in short-term profits, that nobody ever thinks about the long-term benefits of making sure people have health care or have education, and things like a federal jobs guarantee, that the long-term benefits that we have, a Green New Deal, so that our kids have a safe planet to live on. The capitalist system almost doesn't allow for that kind of thinking, because they're saying, well, where's the money right now?
Yeah. And I do just kind of want to take a quick break here because we did just get a raid from Rob Rousseau. So thank you, Rob, for bringing in your community, and I hope they're okay. They were watching the My Pillow election security documentary thing. So this is much better. We've got some good stuff for you here. So we're talking with Jason Call, who is running for House of Representatives in the Washington 2nd District against Rick Larsen. And so Rick Larsen is like as establishment-y Democrat as you could possibly get, takes tons of corporate money. And as you heard when you were coming in, Jason Call is based AF, definitely believe in a lot of the things that we need in this country, right? And the things that we are pushing as leftists, as progressives. Yeah, and so you kind of left off on something that, like, I know that you're passionate about, which is the Green New Deal and what that can mean. And so I do also want to preface is that, like, this is something that is like local, state, federal, can be fought for all the time at every level. The city that I live in passed a Green New Deal, so now everything that happens within our city is going to have a sustainable focus. And yeah, I can you just kind of highlight where you'd want to focus Green New Deal efforts and why it's
Sure.
important?
Well, I mean, it's important for the future. We've seen the studies. We've got less than 10 years to make sure that we get to net zero carbon before the feedback loop that we're clearly in, with rising temperatures and rising seas and global ice melt. I mean, what do we have? A report just a week or two ago where the Arctic and Antarctic ice melt is happening much more rapidly than had been anticipated. So, I mean, there are so many things that come along with not getting climate change under control. And I'll be honest, I mean, I think a lot of scientists are feeling the same way, is that we might have passed that tipping point. But that doesn't mean that we give up. It means that we try harder. So here locally, we have more coastline than almost any other district. If you know the geography of my district, I'm a little bit north of Seattle, and my district runs the coastline up to almost the Canadian border. And then all of the islands in the North Puget Sound in Washington are part of my district. So Whidbey Island, Camano Island, and the San Juan Islands. All
Which
told, we probably.
I'm I'm a Maynard now, so we like we're competing with a lot of the same like most coastline and all that type of stuff. A
Yeah.
lot of like forestry and logging still being big industries and stuff like that. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, with all of that coastline, really comes opportunity for taking advantage of tidal energy. I've got solar panels on my house. Washington State did great incentives back in 2013 for people to have home solar systems installed. So I have a 4,000 kilowatts, 20 panels on the roof of my house. And I was getting money back for energy production. Actually, it was I just got my last check back this year for producing energy and pushing energy back out on the grid.
so you're a big energy
So
capitalist. Curious. No, it's just...
yeah, isn't that interesting? The next thing I need to do is buy a battery for my house so that the stuff that I produce I can actually keep and use and hopefully go totally off grid.
Yeah, no, and that's something that like
they don't want us to do that.
the only thing, and this has been stopping this what what you're describing, that type of self sustainability. Industry has been stopping this from happening for decades.
Yeah, for sure.
And so that's something that's important for people like you to realize, like, listen, I'm living the values right now. It's not scary. You still get the bass guitar.
Yeah.
You still get to do tasty licks. It's fine. It's fine.
Well, one of the things that I did is I paid a little bit more for my panels because the inverter and the panels were built right here in Washington, and that the company has gone bankrupt now because there weren't enough people buying into it. So we need to have that further subsidized. It can be done. I mean, I get about 88% efficiency. I mean, people think, oh, Washington, cloudy and rainy, but no, I get about 88% efficiency on my solar panels. So if we were doing that, we were subsidizing businesses, and homeowners, and maybe not even partially subsidizing, maybe just saying it is that important for us that we're just going to say, hey, put these solar panels on the roof of your house. I mean, again, it could be done. It's not like we don't have the money to do it if we choose to. Putting people to work, jobs guarantee for building this energy infrastructure. And another thing here in Washington is we actually, and even in my county, we have what's been identified as some of the worst traffic in the nation. I think it was like 4 or 5 years ago. My neighborhood, which is Snohomish County, again 20 miles north of Seattle, up through Everett, which is just south of where I live, was identified as the worst traffic in the nation for like the rush hour gridlock. So you just got cars. How do we get cars off the road? We have to have an effective public mass transit system. We don't have that here. So, they keep putting more money into expanding roads, not enough. They're like, oh, we can't put too much. And so you end up still bottlenecking with all the cars on the road. And a part of this, again, is, you've got housing prices. So let's talk about the housing market. Why do we have so many people on the verge of going homeless? The work that I do right now is commercial building inspection. So I spend a lot of my time looking through tax records. And, the reality is that in the Seattle area, property values have doubled in the last 6 years. They've tripled in the last 20 years, but they've doubled in the last 6 years.
And now have wages doubled and tripled?
Well, Seattle did institute a $15 minimum wage, but if you're working a $15 an hour job, you are still not able to afford, most housing options in the Seattle area.
Yeah.
So people are being pushed out. Now, I'm about 40 miles north of Seattle. My district starts about 20 miles south of me, but I'm about 40 miles north of Seattle. My town, Marysville, Washington, is one of the fastest growing areas in the nation. So they are building all of these, single family homes up here. They're selling for 400, $500,000, but the wages aren't keeping up. And if we go back to 2008 with the housing bubble, I remember housing prices back then. And I was lucky enough to buy my house right before, like I signed the papers on my house 2 days before Obama signed TARP. I may not have been able to get that loan otherwise. Now, I had a job, and I was a teacher. My ex-wife was a teacher, and so we could afford the payments on the house. It wasn't a big deal. But there right now, I will tell you that the banks are starting to head into that subprime lending, where they are pushing these loans because the values of the land, they keep pushing the value of the land higher. They are pushing loans onto people who are not going to be able to afford them. And just as we know, when the market crashed back in 2008, people lost their homes. A lot of these small day trader investors lost their asses because their 401ks were tied up into those subprime loans. And the hedge fund investors got away with, essentially got away with murder and got rich on this. And the banks were able to buy back a bunch of houses at low cost. And we're heading into that again, but it's happening because people what's happening in Seattle is people are buying these older homes, they're knocking them down, they're putting up these high-rise condos where they're selling these condos to like younger tech workers, 700, 800 square foot condo that's going for $400, $500,000. And it's, if you are a family person, you want a family home, you can't afford that in the Seattle area for the most part anymore, unless you've been there for a long time and you have owned your home for some time.
Yeah.
It's not like people are buying newer homes in Seattle. They're coming 40 miles north where I am and buying those homes. But again, back to the traffic. Now there can be, well, not with COVID so much anymore, but that traffic gridlock, a lot of it is back and forth to Seattle. It's a 2-hour commute to go 40 miles to get down in Seattle to where you're working. So we've got to have an effective mass transit system. We've got to get those cars off the road. One of the things that we noticed here in Washington is in the first couple of months where everybody was off the roads, March and April of last year, our skies cleared up. I mean,
Amazing, right?
it was like 2 months. It was like, wow, this is really amazing. So getting cars off the road is hugely important to having a clean environment. I don't think people, like your average everyday person, recognizes how much sitting in your car, hundreds of thousands of cars sitting on that road 2, 3, 4 hours a day, just pumping out these gas fumes. We have got to do something about it. But our elected officials are so tied into the transportation industry, they don't want to make those choices that are going to reduce the transportation industry profits. But we've got to do it. We've got to have people who are going to say, what is good public policy versus private profits?
Yeah, and I'm going to loop back to something you mentioned when you're talking about the solar panels and just like the investment, the government investment into industry. Now, I'm sure it doesn't surprise you to know that it's about $20 billion invested into the fossil fuel industry every single year from the U.S. government. 20% going to coal, about 80% going to natural gas or crude oil.
Only 20 billion? That actually sounds that sounds low end for
Well,
me.
and that's the thing too, is it's like when they talk like that's like direct subsidies for those two
Yeah.
things. But yes, 100%. That's where Shell and the rest of them, they will do, oh hey, we're dabbling in some green technology here, there, wherever, and they start also cutting into other subsidies and stuff like that in the other industry. But that's where I'm sure that your solar panels, especially for industries that are American made, I'm sure that they would be a whole lot cheaper if they were able to slap $20 billion worth of government subsidies just to ensure that their industry is successful.
Yeah.
And I mean, regardless of their
Yeah.
industry just being necessary so that we can survive on the planet.
Right. Right. And so going back to I'm a really big adherent of this modern monetary theory idea where the whole fiscal analysis of how we run our government has been so wrong and so capitalist for so long that people have had a hard time thinking that that's actually not how it works. But if you go back to, of course, how do we fund war all the time? How is it that we have been able to pump trillions of dollars into the economy over the last year? Where did that money come from? Who's paying for it? And the reality is the federal government can simply create those dollars.
Money printer go. Brrr.
Yeah, but I have tried to have this conversation last year when I was going through a whole bunch of endorsement processes. I was going to my local Democratic Party to get endorsements. I've got like 14 local Democratic Party organizations for counties and legislative districts that I had to make the rounds to and talk to all of them about why I was running, and got half of the endorsements. I got 7 out of 14 endorsements from local parties. They also endorsed the incumbent, but but when I went to
It's just
when
good
I went to
politics
my
right
local
there, right? Just good politics.
right, when I went to my local, well, the reality is, I mean, there are progressives in the Democratic Party. There are people like me in the Democratic Party who want the Democratic Party to be better, and those people are on my side. And then there are people who are still mad at Bernie because Hillary lost in 2016, and they want people like me to just fuck off and go away.
Now, yeah, yeah,
So
like the last name Call doesn't sound Russian, but you can't be too sure these days.
yeah, Russian by way of Scotland. Um, so which is the obvious route.
Yeah,
Um,
obviously,
but
obviously. First it's the bagpipes, and then it's
right,
straight into the Russia.
right. So, but when I went to the local labor council to get their endorsement, and I talked to I said there should be a natural symbiosis with MMT and labor.
Yep.
That when the federal government says we're going to do a jobs guarantee, who does that help out? That helps out the labor force. It's going to be a living wage jobs guarantee. Who does that help? It helps the labor force. But labor is very tied into, like I say all the time, sometimes a union boss is just a boss. They're
Yeah.
very tight. They're very tied into the capitalist ownership of Boeing or Microsoft or Amazon and so on. So, not that Amazon lets its workers unionize, but just
Yeah.
the idea that you want to do what your boss wants to do. You want to have that relationship with your boss rather than the union being the thing that pushes back against the boss and says, no, you need to give us more. So I talked about MMT to my local labor council, and the first thing they said was, well, what about inflation? And I said, well, if we are spending in the right places, that's how you can control inflation. What happens, we get inflation when we spend badly. We get inflation when we just give money to super rich people,
Yep.
tax cuts to super rich people who are going to hoard it in their Cayman Island bank accounts,
Yep.
or to the war industry that gives no return. The military industrial complex gives no return. When you fire a bullet and when you drop a bomb, that expenditure is lost. It has gone into the ether, and worse than that, it does damage. It does, it does social damage. It does environmental damage. So that's where inflation comes from. You invest in good public transportation, good public health care, education. You are investing in things that give a long-term return to society, a positive benefit to society with employment. You bring down unemployment. That's how you will control inflation. But they, people, they were very tied into this idea that the government just can't print money. And I said, well, that's a little bit simplistic. The government can print money. They shouldn't just print money. They should make sure the investments are going into places that are of a positive benefit to society. It's very hard to get people to rethink what they have,
Yeah,
known as true for
I
the last
think there's a good
however
chunk of
many
the
years.
American populace that's just been like kind of browbeat down into focusing on small goals
Right.
instead of like really looking at like where do we need to get to, right? Because like this is not like we're not talking about wish list. We're not
Yeah.
we're not talking about oh that'd be
This
kind of
demands.
nice.
We're into
Yeah,
demands.
this is not kind of nice if this is we need this to survive on our planet. People need these policies in order to feed themselves, their family. Kids need these to get to school. Like these are the policies that
and
we're
and
talking
we're
about.
running out of time. I
Yes.
mean, what frustrates me is like, I'm going to be 50 years old here, so I'm not that young, uh, and most of the people who are party people right now are older than me. I would say 5 years older than me, 10, 15 years older than me. A lot of them are either retired or approaching retirement, and they are fairly secure in their healthcare, in their retirement and in their housing. And I think there is a real lack of recognition of what the generations coming up behind them are having to deal with, um, and that's that. Uh, yeah, I mean, just that mentality is what you're fighting. I mean, I argue with my dad all the time. My dad's 80 years old. He lives in Florida. He's retired military. He's sort of a libertarian Republican. He voted for Trump. I argue politics with him all the time, but he doesn't seem to understand that his generation, first of all, Dad, you had your education paid for by the military, and you had your paycheck through the military. Thank you for your service, but that was a government paycheck.
Yep.
And when you retired from the military, he got contracted back to work for Lockheed Martin. So he actually made much more as a private contractor through Lockheed Martin for the last 15 working years of his life, than he did as an officer in the military. But again, that wasn't private. That was a government contract. Your paycheck has come from government subsidy your entire life. But if you are actually going out into the private workforce, and not having your paycheck subsidized like that, and let me say that I recognize right now that people who are enlisting in the military get paid absolutely dog shit wages and live in absolutely dog shit conditions and get asked to put their life on the line. And we need to make improvements to that. I am anti-militarism, but I came from a military family. I am not anti-military per se. I believe in a national defense. I think every country has a right to a national defense until we get to the point where the state is destroyed and we can just be,
Yeah.
people living
Yeah.
on a planet just, and everything's good for everybody. But we're obviously not there right now. But if people are going to be putting their lives on the line, they shouldn't be doing it because they have no other economic options. And I'll tell you, as a high school teacher, I encountered that a lot. Students going into the military because they're like, it's the only way I can pay for college, or I really don't have any other job prospects right now. That's not what a military should not be a jobs program. If you want to go into the military because that's what you want to do, career tradition, or that's just what you want to do, that's fine. It should not be a jobs program. And people who are making that decision, they should be paid well.
Yeah,
I
no, that
really
sounds
believe
like the
they're a
military
labor force. That's a
is,
labor
yeah,
force.
the military is the largest jobs program in the nation, and that is
Yep.
fucking wrong, right? That's just like
Yep.
and when you're talking about the military industrial complex and all the government does to just shore that up, yeah, you're 100% right. And also too, like mentioning what we describe as the poverty draft. You
Yep.
don't need to force people by conscription if they're just poor enough that they don't have any other better decisions, right? And then you
Yep.
put on top of that of like the propaganda and the
Yep.
NFL Super Bowl halftime shows where you're just
Oh yeah.
pumping as much
Well,
patriotism as you possibly
and we
can.
know And we know military recruiters will lie to high school students. When I
Oh
was a high
yes.
school teacher, I actually ran what was called opt-out drives because back in 2003, when or was it 2001, 2003? I don't remember. When No Child Left Behind passed, there is a provision in there that says the military will request student information so that recruiters can contact students who are. I don't think that they go as young as freshmen, but when you hit junior year, and they started contacting my daughter. My daughter's a senior right now, and recruiters started contacting her last year. You know, but that's a trade-off. Like federal funding for public schools is tied to public schools providing that information. But there's an opt-out provision. You can go to your high school administration. You can say, I want to opt out. You just basically sign a form. Of course, they don't let students know that there is that form, or it's buried. Your first of the school year sort of packet of information. There may be a line about it in there somewhere, because ostensibly they're supposed to inform you that you have the right to opt out. But it's, you'd have to read very closely to see it. So I used to, first week of school, I'd hand out opt out forms to all of my students. And I would say, just so you know, military is going to come calling for your personal information. If you want them to have it, that's fine. If you don't want them to have it, fill out this form, take it to the administration. So, the administrators were really worried that, oh, well, we're not going to hit our quota of giving them, the military a certain percentage of our students' information,
Holy
and they're going to,
shit.
we're going to lose our federal funding. I also went to the school board. I used to go to the school board, and I would say, this. There's my campaign
No,
on.
that's DOD trying to get at you for stop
Right?
it.
But I asked the school board. You sell military hard. We've got a Navy ROTC program at the school. But there is nothing in our information that is given to students. They can go get all sorts of information in the counseling center about being in the military. There's no information about other consequences of being in the military. That the fact, rates of suicide are 4 or 5 times higher. That the rates of sexual assault for men and women 4 or 5 times higher than in the fact that, really when it comes down to it, if you sign up to be in the military, at some point you're going to be asked to kill somebody. Are we really going to have 17-year-olds kind of make that decision in their mind that that's what they want to do with their lives? And I said, all I really want to do is have some counseling that allows students a different perspective on what they are actually signing up for. If they want to do it after that, that's fine. But of course, denied. No,
Yep.
we can't do that. That's going to look like this was the height of Iraq War patriotism.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. It's just like where if
So,
you bringing these like, oh, are un-American and this, that, and whatever, where we've
yep,
just hit such a
there was all of that.
toxic, poison mindset in this country that,
Yep.
and this is, I mean, honestly, it's like kind of one of the things that brought us to Twitch, was the fact that the Army and the Navy were recruiting online, and I'm sure you understand that it's like a
Oh yeah.
website can say, hey, you need to be this years old to enter the site, or this years old to watch this specific stream, but that's just not how things are going to go. And the military knows this as well. And actually, I mean, kind of to tie it back to what what you would do as a member of Congress. I guess what I'm hearing is that you would absolutely curtail, or be focused on curtailing the military's ability to prey on children.
Oh, absolutely, for sure, for sure. Well, and when I went to the school boards and I made these presentations, I showed them the military contract, and I said, this is a contract that is not a contract. A contract that has all the protections for one side, where one side of the equation is fully in control, and once they have signed their names on that, like they have no control at all. That's not actually a contract, because the military can change the term, and it even says right there when you're signing it, we can change the terms of this whenever we want. That's not a contract. You're signing your life away into God knows
Yes.
what. You can get stop loss, and this was a
Yep.
thing when the stop loss issues were coming up also. Like they're bringing people back in who had, for all intents and purposes, retired from the military, and they're saying, nope, we need you back.
Yep.
So if the military can change those terms at will, it's not really a contract. And again, is that what we want our 17-year-olds to be signing into? So
Yeah, no, that's something that's like something that we're extremely passionate about, and that's things like you're one thing is like we give the veteran perspective, but it's like we're not just for vets. It's like the things that you're speaking to are exactly right on, and and I think, yeah, we got to realize that. But like the military and honestly too, it's like something that we had talked about I think earlier this week, was the fact that the military is now expecting to get a higher recruiting number just because of what's happening, with regular people's lives and working people's lives. People are
yeah,
getting more and more desperate, and the military's like,
yeah,
yes, more and more
absolutely.
and more poor people. And part
Well,
of it is a
and you
two-way
know,
thing, or like a two-way street of also like one, making sure people have means to just provide for themselves, and then two, making sure that our young people know that the military is not what they're selling you on, the commercials.
yeah, I don't know what the actual numbers are, but I have a good friend who was in the army for a long time, and he tells me, he's a truck driver now, and he actually ran for the state legislature here locally to me, in a neighboring district. But he told me, I want to say somewhere around, it was so low, it was like 12%. He was like, most people don't use their GI Bill benefits. I mean, they don't actually get to use them to go to college. I
Yeah, that's
want to say
correct.
he said something, well, 12%, but it was abysmally low. So people who are, he said, people who sign into the military to go to college don't even realize that the chances of them actually being able to use those benefits are, very, very low. Um, so it's another part of the scam. And I would be, if we can if we can drop $740 billion on another defense authorization act, we can afford to do so many other things. But even within that defense authorization, that the vast majority of that money is going to the military industrial complex, and not going to the people, like the grunts, as it were, in the military. It's not going to their wages. It's not going to their housing. It's not going to support them as a labor force. It's going into the bank accounts of Raytheon and General Dynamics.
Yeah, no, and that's something that's like when we talk about General Smedley Butler quite a bit, and he had the speech that turned into the book War is a Racket.
War is a racket.
um,
Yep.
and back then, he was mentioning companies that still exist to this day, DuPont being one of them, but also, just described like for World War I, the military was buying like millions of pairs of boots for a military that had just hundreds of thousands of soldiers and troops, and like, well, why is that? Why would you buy so many? And then, well, you see, war is just a racket. It's a scheme for money, so that
Yep.
people can
Yep.
profit off of blood, death, and all of these things, right? Um, and actually, too, that's something like we can tie into with the NDAAs, um, and the fact that every single year they have to say, how much are we spending on the military? Are we allowing the money to go towards foreign interventions? And that's something, Republican or Democrat, for the past 20 years, they have consistently said yes.
Yep. Oh, and the guy I'm running against, like I said, we got two naval bases here in the district, and he has voted for every single NDAA under Bush, under Trump, and the only one he ever voted against was Obama's last one. I think the first NDAA that was presented to Obama. Obama said he was going to veto. I want to say because he wanted more money, but Larson
Wouldn't be surprised.
voted It's that one because it was a safe vote because he knew Obama was going to veto it anyway. But then he voted for the post authorization with the next one that came up. So he is, yeah, he's very much his messaging is always very pro military and pro police. And this is another thing with Larson here is the very first time when we talk about sort of understanding social movements and social change and anti-racism and how anti-racism is tied to anti-capitalism and you know all the things that the Black Panthers were talking about 50 years ago. You know, he's very performative in his messaging on that. So he's putting out some tweets on Black History Month that are essentially retweets of last year. You know, he's not he's not recognizing the gravity of the moment in terms of Black Lives Matter. In fact, the very first time that he ever mentioned Black Lives Matter in his entire career, or anything referencing, police brutality or criminal justice reform or anything like that was on June 7th of 2020, where all of the protests from George Floyd were happening all across the country. And he at that point felt it was a safe moment for him to say Black Lives Matter. But my research people and I have to say, I want to give a shout out to my opposition research guru, a guy whose name is Ben Karpelman. He is at Snowshoeism, and I retweet him a lot. And he works with, I think he and Stephen Semler have connected on a number of things because Ben really digs into military funding, and I know that's
Oh, with
Stephen's big.
Steven Semler, right? Of
Yeah.
Spry. Yep.
So
Nice.
when I started getting Stevens communications on his research, I was like, oh my God, my guy does that too, and I put them together to hopefully do some good work together. But I mean, really, what it comes down to is we've got to dig deep and we've got to expose where all this money is going and why. But Rick Larson never said a word about Mike Brown, never said a word about Ferguson, never said a word about Black Lives Matter, Breonna Taylor, never said anything about Sandra Bland. And then when there is this is the cowardice of your establishment politician. When there is this big nationwide push, then they feel, oh, it's safe for me to say something about it, but it's all performative, and it's really, I find it quite revolting, that you're trying to capitalize on something that I know your heart isn't in, and I know when the decisions come to make systemic changes in the federal government that will address the issues that Black Lives Matter has put on the table, he's not going to vote for them. So he can do his performative messaging as he has done over the last year, but he is not going to vote for the things that are going to hurt his industry donors. So when we are looking for that systemic change, he is trying to message that he is progressive, that he is an environmentalist. He's like, I'm looking forward to being, pushing an aggressive progressive agenda. And we have said, well, what is it? What is your progressive agenda? He doesn't respond to that, but he simply says, I am a progressive. I am an environmentalist. He hasn't done he said the Green New Deal is not an important resolution. The only thing that he hangs his hat on as far as the environment is the fact that he pushed for a wilderness protection bill back in 2008. It was a good bill. I don't want to take that away from him. It took him 6 years to pass it, but we got 500,000 acres here in Washington that was designated wilderness and is now protected. I think that that's fantastic. Doesn't do a damn thing for climate change. We need systemic change in all of the industrial areas in order to address climate change. That's not going to happen. At least that's not something he's going to vote for. So for us, really, in the progressive movement here in Washington State, we totally recognize that he is playing a lot of his constituents who want to think that they're progressive, but really don't dig too deeply into the politics of it. And so our job over the next couple of years, as we're running this race again, is really to put that front and center, as we have tried to do in the last race, and to make sure that they understand establishment politics are not going to solve the problems that we really need to have solved. Not on any front, not on the criminal justice system, not on climate change, not on the healthcare system, not on the military industrial complex. None of that is going to come from establishment politicians. It's going to come from people like Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman and AOC.
Yeah, no, and I think there's like two parts of like you're hitting. Is like one, the just basic reality that these establishment Democrats are pretty much bought and paid for by whatever lobby that happens to be closest to them, or whatever lobby is beefy enough for like whatever committee that they happen to be on. But the other part is like making sure that that message gets out to people, right? And so
Right.
this is where we get into a little bit of the shill moment, okay? So running for Congress, it ain't cheap.
No,
It's
no,
not
it's not.
cheap. And even just part of the game that we have to play is how many dollars you got in the tank, and that in itself is a conversation. So
Oh yeah.
just put in the
Sure.
ActBlue account if you can, right? We don't want anybody
Yep.
harming themselves, right? However, if you can have something to spare, please, please, please consider donating some money to Jason Call, right? We've been talking for about an hour now, and there hasn't been one thing that I wouldn't back 100%. And as like you're hitting, like you're not talking about next steps and small change. You're talking about end goals and what we need to do and to fight for that change.
Yeah, we have to have systemic change.
So,
But I want to say on the funding thing, last year's campaign, we raised about $50,000. It wasn't a lot of money, but we got almost 35,000 votes. We fell 1% short of the general election ballot. And Washington is a top 2 primary state. So you can have 2 Democrats on the ballot. It's not like most other states. California does top 2 also, which is why Shahid Buttar was on the general election ballot against Nancy Pelosi. So our goal is to be on the ballot next to Rick Larsen. I don't think that we, and this was the same last year, our goal was not to push him off of the top spot. I don't think that's realistic. And quite frankly, I would find that a little bit arrogant to think that we could do that. That's not the position we're in. But we should certainly be able to message enough to our district to say, hey, you get a corporate Democrat and a progressive on the ballot next to each other, then we actually get to have these conversations about what we want our national policies to be.
You want like the Republican light, or you want the real deal?
There you go. And so it was messaged last year. Larson did with his messaging, oh, we have to defeat Trump. Well, people were very one of the things that held us back last year, not only COVID, which we didn't go out and knock doors. In retrospect, we could have and we should have. We won't make that mistake again this time. I went out to Delaware to help Jessica Rain. I went out to West Virginia to help Paula Jean and Hillary Turner. And so it wasn't a big deal to be walking around neighborhoods with your mask, doing essentially lip drops and talking to people in their doorway. You knock the door, they come to the door, you step back, and you're having a 6-foot conversation about politics, handing them a piece of literature, and just getting the word out. We need to be doing that. We didn't do that because we figured we'd just get dragged by the establishment. Oh, look at these people here. They're putting people in danger. But we actually talked to Rashida Tlaib and Cori Bush's field directors, and they both said, no, you got to get out and knock doors. You have to. So
that's one of the reasons Biden won Minnesota, was because of Ilhan Omar actually getting out and getting her people to knock doors.
It's true. So we made a mistake. We made it for the right reasons, but it was a mistake, and we will get out there and do it. But as a progressive campaign, we got more votes per dollar. With the $50,000 and the almost 35,000 votes that we got.
It's something that I've seen almost 100% consistently across the board when it comes to like real people running for elections on policies that are going to make material conditions better for I don't want to say Americans, for just human beings.
Right.
And like the
You're right,
environment as
and that's a
well.
good point because it's not just about Americans. It's about people all over the world because America is the leader, the global leader, whether we like it or not. We are the global leader, and other countries will follow our lead if we get our stuff in line. But to think about all of, I was talking to a climate scientist who said, listen, in another 20 years, the entire country of Vietnam is going to be underwater. That's millions and millions of people who are going to have their lives affected by policies that we can't affect. And of course, we got to get China on board, and we got to get Russia on board, and other big players in this. But when I think to myself, 4, 5, 6 million Vietnamese, or however, God, how many, but whatever it is, the coastal communities in Vietnam, however, you've got a huge amount of migration of poor people. That are going to become climate refugees. That's going to affect us also. But just the human, on a human level, we have got to do something, not just to help Americans, but to help the world out of this climate crisis. I really feel deeply a globalist mentality in that regard, that we have a responsibility to make sure that billions of people in much poorer communities than are in the United States, people who are living on that $2 a day, are have an opportunity for a better life for their kids also.
Yeah, no, and this is where like actually it's like, so I think it was John Iadarola from TYT had explained, like, put it like this, is that we you can't look at policy as like the sun. You need to look at it like constellations. You know, yes, we could talk about one thing, but everything exists, connected to another, in some way, and so when you're talking about just the vast, I guess, yeah, the vast projection of U.S. hegemony across the world, whether it's from just a business standpoint to a militaristic standpoint, to a just dominating dominating from the State Department and diplomacy roles, or quote unquote diplomacy. Where the results lie is that you take the Sahel region in Africa, where there's 20 million climate refugees coming from that area alone. Where you look at the forever wars, where there's between 35 and 50 million refugees they don't know, that are coming from the past 2 decades of the forever wars. And now you need to look forward, like you're describing, as huge swaths of coastal communities across the world who are now looking that have to migrate. Right, this is not a want, and that's something that I think a lot of Americans have to understand too. Is that if people are coming to our shores and our borders with padded clothes and an empty jug of water, they don't want to be here. They
Right.
had nowhere else to go.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. You know, we have, it has always bothered me, um, this idea of American exceptionalism. That somehow the life of an American is worth more than the life of an Iraqi. I mean, if we could have gotten over that, um, propaganda, that has been drilled into us for so long, I don't think that we would have had an Iraq war. I don't think we would have had an Afghanistan war, because people would have said, why are we hurting people in these other countries who really have done nothing to us? I mean, there. If you want to talk about terrorist factions and Al Qaeda and who's a bad guy and whatever, fine, you can talk about that. But when you talk about wars, 98% of the people who you are going to war against had nothing to do with any of this. They are, honestly, they are farmers trying to feed their kids, and we have got to do something in this country to recognize that we are not just all in it together in America, but we are all in it together around the world. The life of an Afghani child is not worth more than the life of my child. I mean, my child is important to me because that's my child, and I will fight to protect my child. But on that human level, my child's life is not any worth any more than anybody's child across the world. And so we need to be fighting for all of those kids and their future, because it's all tied together. And that's one of the things that I say a lot about progressive policy in general, and why we have to make these big sweeping changes, and why we have to do them all at the same time, because all of this stuff is connected, right? The environment connected to the military, connected to criminal justice, connected to healthcare. It's all tied together. And I don't think that we can effectively, quote unquote, solve one of these areas without tackling all of them at the same time and making big sweeping changes all at the same time in all of these areas. So that's, that it's something we have to work hard on selling to a lot of the public that is the voting public. I mean, when we talk about who the voting public is, the voting public is usually a more secure public than the people who these changes would positively affect more, right? People who are disenfranchised are less
Yes.
likely to vote,
Yep.
right?
100%.
So we actually I need to convince more, middle-class white people like myself that these are the changes that we need to make, not only to benefit us, but to benefit all of the people who, in the Democratic Party, we claim we want to stand up for.
No, and I think
so.
that's something that's like so important too, that like I know for a fact that like your campaign is going to be 100% about, but like that the Democratic Party loses out on is the fact that like, and something that like we talk about here like at Left Flank, is that so much of the point of that, you know what, if you're just a diehard like corporate liberal, fine. If you're a diehard conservative sliding into fascism or just directly fascist, fine. Because the majority of the American people are their nails are bleeding too much for them to push a vote button.
Yep.
And so something that we talk about a lot is just making sure that you are meeting your neighbors at their needs. And then the next thing, it makes it a whole lot easier to ask for a vote. And this is, once again, why we're trying to bring people on early in the game, is so that we can make sure that you have the resources in order to do those things. And you bring it up like a lot of the members in the squad and stuff like that. When we talked about, hey, them knocking doors and campaigning, going door to door, and it still being safe. One of the things that they've been doing are mutual aid programs and delivering food door to door. And that's the thing, is like understanding like that can be your politician, right? We don't have to like make anyone a god and deify anybody, but we can be proud of who we elect to Congress, right?
Yeah. Is your goal, bottom line is your goal to serve people, or is it to serve yourself? I was just up in Bellingham, which is at the north end of my district. It's actually the city that voted for me the most. 25% of the votes in Bellingham I got in the primary. It's college town. It's often seen as a very hippie kind of town, but they are doing armed police homeless sweeps. They've got a big homeless problem there, because here in this district, housing is very expensive. So they've got a lot of homeless, and they were camped out around City Hall. Like they had put up a tent city around City Hall for visibility. Look, we're here. We need social services. You guys are putting up all of this, again, single family homes, expensive housing. What about public housing? Why are we not investing in public housing? Why are we not investing? So I was up at the camp yesterday. They got swept 5 or 6 days ago. Armed police came in. These people who are living out of tents and have nothing, have a lot of mental health support needs that are not getting met. So I was up there at the camp yesterday, the new camp, and I was delivering tents and blankets and coats to these people. But the word that I got yesterday, and I haven't checked in with anybody, was that the armed police were going to come and sweep them out again. Well, where are these people going to go? You sweep them in one place, you take what little they have, and then you tell them get out of here. Well, they're going to set up tents somewhere else where these, again, people just trying to survive, and our society is doing little or nothing to help them, and doing whatever they can to make sure that they are invisible. Well, we can't have them be invisible anymore. We have to let people know that these are these are real humans.
And yeah,
These are somebody's
yeah,
sons and
yes,
daughters and mothers and
yes.
fathers.
And like that's the thing too. Is like I'm okay with someone being invisible in the aspect of like, oh hey, you just don't want you want to stay in your bed and you want to deal with the world. Like I wish that type of invisibility for anyone that wants it. Um,
Sure.
but what we have now, like you said, are paying the state, paying the security apparatus of the state to oppress the least among us, and which is just like it's very very enraging. But I do want to take another quick break because we're getting another really awesome raid from the
Sure.
Nomiki Khan's show. Thank you so much,
Great.
Nomi.
Love to meet you.
Hello, Raiders. Right now we are having an awesome talk and interview with Jason Call. Another iteration of Don't Call It a Comeback, because this is something that I believe wholeheartedly is like when we got progressives and leftists running, an election is a checkpoint, right? One election cycle, that's just the checkpoint. That ain't the end of the race. So what we're doing right now is making sure for 2022, Jason has all the resources he needs to get across the finish line this next run. And so we've been talking about a lot of progressive ideals, Green New Deal, stopping the wars, making sure that kids have proper resources and funding for their education, whether it be in the higher education or going into more of like the direct labor force, what have you. And so thank you for being here. We'd love if you just give us a follow. But right now too, we are not doing shills for this stream. We'd love it if you subscribe, but we're not doing shills for the stream. We are trying to help, like I said earlier, make sure that Jason's got some cash in the bank. So there is the Act Blue account. If you can, thank you so much, Cassidy. Appreciate it. And question, because this came up. So we do have some international supporters, and they can't donate, but however they can buy merch. I should have looked before on your. Do you have merch? Are you looking to?
We don't have merchandise right now. We're very early on. Like when we came out of last cycle, like I said, we only raised about $50,000. It was all spent, very well in terms of getting out the vote. But we were able to pay off our vendors, and that was about the end of it. So we're really starting from scratch again. So we haven't had an opportunity to invest in any merchandise. If it comes around that we can do that, T-shirts or bumper stickers like that, we'll definitely start advertising that.
Cool. Yeah,
but I would say to anybody out of country, make sure you're sharing my campaign with your friends in the States.
And that's the next step. So also, yeah, hey, likes, retweets, shares, all that stuff's for free.
Yep.
So here is I get Twitter, but also too, it's like you got all the links to your Facebook and YouTube on those sites that I just gave.
Yep, and feel free to share my website around. Everything for me is Call for Congress, FOR, not the number 4. So callforcongress.com is my website. Share the website around. If you want to hear anything that I've done over the last year, I've got a media page where I've got a lot of interviews. But really, I want to say that the gem of my website is my opposition research. And so if you really want to know, and this is something that I want other candidates to do, I tried to sell this last year to people. Do something like this. Get yourself opposition research. Combing through FEC filings is actually not that difficult to do, and build a narrative for if you're a progressive candidate and you're running against, well, I guess it doesn't matter, you're a Republican or a conservative Democrat, you're running because you're not satisfied with the representation that you're getting. But go through those FEC filings. If you look at the tab on my website called Rick's Receipts, you will see that I've got 6 industry sectors broken down in terms of all of the money that they take from military industrial complex, from the banking industry, from there you go, from the tech, from the there you go. I mean, that's it. And there's my opposition research guy, Ben Karpelman. Just so you know, that's the guy that I put in touch with Stephen Semler so that they could do some work on the military-industrial complex. But
So
there you go. There's the war machine right
Ben,
there.
wherever you are, solidarity, brother. We appreciate all your work. Does he have
Ben's amazing.
does he have like a Patreon or something? Is there a way to support Ben as well?
He doesn't, but I could talk to him about
Just
about
saying, like,
doing
because like
something
that's
that.
something that's like,
But
and while we like that's part of the reason why we've been working with Steven and like honestly just love that he's willing to just talk with us about his work is because
yeah,
like that type of research and just crunching the numbers, it's incredibly valuable, like you said, to build the narrative
yep.
that allows you to win. But
Yeah. So if you pop on one of those, you can see how the narrative is built
oh man, look at this
over the career, and votes that have been taken.
guy. Yeah, so basically, yeah, flip flopping on boats and then receiving money.
Yep.
2008, 4 times the citizens to elect Ricky Larson. So that's what you're like, yeah, the table today, the receipts, and here it is, right? Just
Yep. So it's all there.
T-Mobile,
And the
Verizon,
wonderful thing that
Intel,
yep,
Hewlett
and the wonderful
Packard.
thing
Yeah,
that
go
Ben
ahead,
has
sir.
done is he has linked this money to votes that have been taken, and I think that's what people need to see. I mean, just last year, Rick Larson took a $1,500 check from TransCanada, the people who wanted to build the Keystone XL pipeline. The very next day, he tweeted his support of oil pipelines as a valuable part of the economy. Well, my counter to that is, are we interested in, Rick had made a statement about working with Deb Haaland, who is now Secretary of the Interior. She was from New Mexico's 1st District, which actually is my second home, the Albuquerque area. But he had tweeted that he was happy to be working with Rep. Haaland on the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Project. And I responded to him, I said, you can't support oil pipelines and be serious about working on missing and murdered Indigenous women. You know why? Because the oil pipelines are a huge part of the problem with those missing and murdered Indigenous women. That the culture around oil pipelines is one of human trafficking. So are you going to address that as part of your work on the missing and murdered Indigenous women? Well, of course he's not going to, because he's tweeting support of TransCanada, because he's taken their money.
I'm on this. Something I see all the time too is that like they'll try and sell some type of oil pipeline or some type of energy initiative where a lot of the money is going out of the country, or the project is just directly focused into destroying destroying the planet, and then they'll sell it as like, well, hey, we're gonna have some jobs come, we're gonna have some jobs for like a year, and then later on we're gonna have like a third of those jobs.
Yeah, well, and yeah, I mean, the reality of those pipelines is very few of those jobs are permanent jobs. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. And this, yeah, honestly, I love it. I love it. And so this way,
So
yeah,
I
it's
would,
just like a one-stop shop for
yeah,
like just say like, listen, like, and at the end of the day too, it's like the picture with money, yeah, okay, that's politics. But this is just true. Everything else, it's just facts. Just giving people the facts. And if I had a
well, and
friend
people,
that took a bunch of money from people that were bad people, I would be reconsidering that friendship. And
Yeah.
people doing that with their elected official is just more appropriate.
People want to argue, like, I've been very critical of the Democratic Party. In fact, when I ran for party chair in 2018, I used my 5 minutes to talk about corporate money. Now, I knew I wasn't going to get elected, but I had people who wanted me to run, and so I said, okay, I'll do it. I mean, I'm a big mouth, and I have no problem with calling people on the carpet for bullshit that goes on in politics. So I used my 5 minutes to say, look, we've got all these resolutions here that say, we shouldn't take money from the fossil fuel industry. We shouldn't take money from the healthcare industry. That was actually a resolution that I wrote and passed 100% with the body. So why are we still supporting, as a party, these corporate politicians that do not support what we have said our platform is? That is a real disconnect for me. So, and it plays out not only at the federal level, we know it's at the state level. I talked earlier about the chairs of the health committees here in Washington State blocking our single payer bill. Why? Because both of them are fully in the tank for the medical industry,
And that's it's I mean, yeah, I don't even know if I have anything to add. It's just like it is what it is, and like you pretty much laying out like the fight of that we have to constantly battle. And like, once again too, it's like all of these industries are just dumping tons and tons of cash into these elections, right? And that's what the receipts page is all about.
Yeah.
So we
And I
definitely got to
would
make
love,
sure that we coalesce,
I
right?
really, really want, I really, really want other progressive candidates to look at my Rick's receipt page and say, wow, that's a good way to go. I'll tell you, it's not that hard to do. I mean, it does take some investment in time, and it does take somebody willing to sit there and comb through all of those filings and look up old articles and look up old votes. But in the end, Ben says, you know what? Once somebody is in the mode of being able to do this and knows what to look for, it goes boom, just like that.
Yeah.
And so if every progressive candidate said, I can do something like that. I tried to get, if you remember, Melanie DeRigo ran in New York's third. She was running against Tom Suozzi, takes a ton of industry money. And I tried to, connect her with doing something like this. It didn't pan out. I think her primary came and went too quickly before she had put it together.
Yeah.
But just do this. Progressive candidates, do something like this. Get it out there so that your voting public knows the real story.
Absolutely. Now, I would like to go. So people have the chat has been demanding a question and answer period. Okay.
Do it.
So chat.
Let's go.
Here we go. Now is the question and question and answer time. Poopa Preddy, I'm gonna go with you first. I know that you've been asking some questions.
Can I ask you something?
Ooh,
where
yeah.
can I see the chat?
So just on twitch.tv/leftflankvets, I will.
Oh, see, I'm on Skype. I'm not looking at the Twitch.
Okay,
Okay, just
yeah.
read the questions.
Well, so the first, and he kind of asked. They asked for like kind of a few things. But revolving some other like some leftist organizations, i.e., PSL, Socialist Alternative, and the Rose Caucus, and kind of like, I guess, about your involvement, and then also to those organizations, how they work with each other and other orgs. So I don't know if you just want to give a broad thing, and then maybe they can
Sure.
kind of.
Well, as I can see with the poster behind me right here, Shama Sawant, I'm hugely supportive of what she has done in Seattle. I love Socialist Alternative. I was actually talking with some people about, and so let me just start off by saying I consider myself a Democrat by default. That if I had to put myself in one of the two major party boxes, it would be the Democrat. But I've always been to the left of the Democrats. I am, and I know this is a controversial topic, but I am supportive of the Movement for a People's Party in terms of them building a state party. I know here locally they're working on filing all the charters and bylaws to get a state party going. They're doing it the right way. I mean, there are other parties that have tried to get themselves going here in Washington State and other places around the country. And it's kind of, they kind of haven't done things the right way. But I really feel that the people who are working on the movement for a People's Party here in Washington State are going about it the right way, so that they can actually really truly compete with the two major parties. I think that that's fantastic. I want people to have more choices. Right now, the movement for a People's Party is not ready to support candidates, so I don't feel like right now I can be an MPP candidate. People are very programmed. I mean, when we go back to talking about what is the electorate and how is the electorate viewing the picture of politics, it's hard to build a new thing when people have had these two things for their entire lives. So I just, there's just an electorate reality behind that. But and so I say, it might be another 6 years, 8 years, 10 years before the movement for a People's Party is actually in a place where they can be truly competitive with the two major parties. But I am fully supportive of the effort to move in that direction. Socialist Alternative, I was considering starting a chapter of Socialist Alternative. I'm in the county north of King County, where Seattle is. So if at some point I decide to dip out of the Democratic Party just because I can't take it anymore, and I think there are a lot of people who feel like that. Like AOC said, in any other country, Joe Biden and I would not be in the same party. Well, it's the same thing with me. In any other country, Rick Larson and I would not be in the same party.
Yeah.
Where we are here in America, the political reality is that we kind of have to be. So I've had people contact me and say, look, I can't support you if you're running as a Democrat. And I have said, I can't win if I'm not running as a Democrat. That's political reality right now. I really hope things will change in the future and as soon as possible. And I'm totally willing to put efforts behind making that happen. Supportive of Socialist Alternative. I am a dues-paying DSA member. I was, people have a lot of confusion about the Rose Caucus, what the Rose Caucus is. We're just a platform organization. I'm on the steering committee of the Rose Caucus. There have been, what I want to say, like silly fights between DSA and the Rose Caucus. Part of that is because there are some elements in DSA that don't want to do electoral politics at all, and don't think electoral politics is the right way to go, and they're all about mutual aid, which I think is fine. But if you're into electoral politics, there has to be an avenue to do electoral politics. I think the initial fight with DSA and the Rose Caucus came because we had some candidates who were not supported by their local DSA, who we said, well, we'll try and support you. And when we say support, we're not even talking about financial support. We're saying this is a candidate that believes in the same platform values that we do, and we'd want to do what we can to promote them and say, look, we're kind of a movement, we're a socialist movement, and we're really doing our own thing. We're not trying to step on anybody else's toes. And some people in some local DSAs in New York and Atlanta got upset with us because they were like, well, how come you're supporting a candidate that we're not supporting? And I said, because we don't have to ask permission.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Is we don't have to ask your permission. We can do our own thing. I think people have a very wrong idea about what Rose Caucus is. All it is a platform, and we want to do what we can to promote candidates who support that platform. End of story.
Cool.
PSL,
their
platform.
Yep.
I think it's great. They don't have a chance in hell, but I support them doing their thing. I have friends who are members of PSL. I think their 10 platform points are excellent. And I'm sure if I matched them up one by one with my platform points, I would, there would be an extremely strong correlation. But I support third parties, but the electoral reality
winning is winning.
Unless we get winning is winning, and unless we get ranked choice voting nationally, it is going to be very, very difficult to break out of the two-party system. So, inside-outside strategy, this is actually something that Shama disagrees with me on. She says you can't work with the Democrats. They are completely, they're a capitalist organization that, and she's not wrong.
Yep.
She's not wrong in what she says. but she says we've got to build a movement outside to challenge that power. I'm like, well, I'm for that, but I'm also for working inside as well, as much as we can.
All right, next one. Do you have animals, and if so, can the chat see them?
If the chat wants me to go get one of my animals, I could bring in. I have 2 cats and 2 dogs, and they're wonderful creatures. My black and white cat Bailey is kind of my queen. She rules my world, but I love all my animals.
Okay, well, they're probably gonna want to see them, so you shouldn't have left that open.
Okay.
But we'll get
Next time you take a break, I'll pause and go grab one.
okay. Yeah, we can actually in a few minutes we can throw on like one of your YouTube videos and then take a quick
Sure.
break. But the next one is serious. Like, so what can we help kids, or what can we do to help kids whose education's been affected negatively by the pandemic? Understand what the like really might be getting into by like whether they're going to join the military or like some of the issues that we talked about earlier. Yeah. So
this is a tough one.
Yeah.
I mean, I have teenagers. My son is in 9th grade this year. My daughter is a senior. My stepdaughter is a junior. We have they're all doing obviously online school. My 2 kids were athletes. Their athletic participation has obviously been affected. They're really only now just starting to open things up. My son does wrestling and soccer. My daughter does soccer, and so soccer is not that big of a deal to get out there on the field and be sort of good social distancing but I don't think that there's a chance that the wrestling season is going to open back up with COVID. So that aspect of it, kids are really struggling because online learning, where you're not having this interaction with the teacher, where you're not really having that give and take when you need actual help. My kids benefit from me being, an educator. I've been in the classroom and I know the material that they need to learn, and I can sit down and help them. And so many kids don't have that support. And I don't know realistically that we can get. I don't think you can replace with online schooling. I don't think that there's no one-to-one correlation with taking away going to school and replacing it with now you're going to sit at the computer for 5 hours a day and watch your classes. There's just no replacement. So something has been lost in education. I don't have the answers to get it back because I'm struggling with my own kids, and the best I can do for my own kids is kind of be that replacement teacher for them that they're not getting online. I don't know what we do on a larger scale for the rest of society and everything that kids are missing out with. They're missing out on social development, and they're missing out in their actual education. But what I do know is it's going to take a lot more money to try and bring that back. And I don't know, again, with all of the other things that people say, well, how are you going to pay for it? I think it's the same thing. People are going to, well, we can't make that kind of investment. We can and we should. I don't know what the answers are. I don't know that there are any answers. So that's a very unsatisfactory response to that.
Well,
I understand.
The next question kind of ties into a little bit is like, what would you think of like a conservation corps, like FDR style conservation corps, and like maybe that type of idea, which we could talk about the likelihood of that happening, within the pandemic time frame.
Yeah.
But overall, as far as like programs for young people or just people in general.
Yeah, I think it's important to be, if we could be investing where kids could have, again, it's another thing that is just massive investment. Do we want to let things languish for kids the way they are right now? Because I think kids really are languishing educationally. Or do we want to say, look, we can't have kids gathered together in a classroom? God knows they're going to try here soon. I don't know. I mean, the reports coming out of the United Kingdom have already said that teachers and support staff are getting infected with schools reopening at a much greater rate than the rest of society. So I think it's bad news reopening schools, but to have something where kids could go and spend their time and do some education in small group settings, with adults. Again, we're talking about employment here. Can we hire people to do these kind of jobs? I don't think it's gonna be. I mean, you can't train everybody to be a quote unquote licensed teacher to do this, but you can have some. You can have some standards for people to be employed in a sector where they're doing their best to do real world education for kids in a small group setting. Massive investment. Are people willing to think outside the box like that? If history it tells us anything, the answer is no. So again, I don't know what the answers are, but yes, I think something like that would be a fantastic option. I'd certainly sign my kids up for it.
Nice. All right. Where? Well, actually, this might be the good time to inject the. Well, are you gonna get the kitty or the dogs? Like what?
I'm not gonna get the dogs. My dogs are spazzes.
Okay. Well, and so
I'll go get a cat.
I've got a cat, Winston. The chat has deemed that Winston the Pope of the local chat union, and so I think they're partial to cats, but we also have Lux.
So why don't I mute myself? I'll run and grab a cat, and if you wanna go to my media page has ton of prior interviews. You could my ad, which we are in the process of recutting. And I want to give a shout out to an organization which is essentially two guys who work in the film industry in Southern California, JP and Brian. They are a voice for progress. They are people who have volunteered their industry skills. We actually flew them up to Washington State last December. They spent 4 days here, going around the district with me, filming, doing audio outtakes, and then they went back to Southern California and they put my ad together. So on my media page at the very top is my ad from last year. That's the work that you'll see my dogs in that ad in the first minute or so. But maybe that's a good thing to go to if people want to see where I'm coming from. Tells the story of my mother and her issues, why I'm supportive of Medicare for all. But we're working on recutting that for the new campaign. Okay.
Cool. So we will watch this, and actually, I need to turn off the background music real quick. All right, we will check out this little video while
I'm gonna mute and go grab a cat.
Yeah, while we grab cats.
Okay.
The day after my mom's surgery, as she was being prepped for discharge, she could already feel something was wrong. She told the doctor she needed to stay longer for observation, but the insurance company would only cover 1 night's recovery in the hospital. My mom eventually died as a result of the infection she got from that surgery. An infection that could have been caught and cured had she remained in the hospital for 1 more day. And do you know what the saddest part is? This is not a unique story in our country. Everyone I know has a friend or a family member with a story just like my mom's. Everyone has a story. My name is Jason Call. I've been an organizer and progressive activist for 30 years, and I taught in our public schools for nearly 2 decades. I've been confronting special interests and standing up for what is right my entire life. I've lived in Everett and Marysville for the last 20 years, so I know we're tired of the inaction from our current corporate representation. It's time for a change. Medical bills have become the #1 cause of bankruptcy for Americans. The cost of housing keeps rising while our wages remain stagnant. The climate crisis threatens the livelihood of our children and grandchildren. And here in the North Puget Sound region, the Navy growlers have caused an extreme level of disruption and pollution to residents and wildlife. We deserve a representative who will put our interests before their corporate donors. That's why I'm running for Congress. Our opponent gets paid a lot of money to avoid these problems, thanks to connections from his time as a lobbyist. He's not listening to our concerns and doesn't even live in the state of Washington. It's time working class people like you and me took our government back from the grips of corporate money and special interests. We need Medicare for all, a Green New Deal, criminal justice reform, tuition-free college, a guaranteed job with a living wage, and affordable housing for everyone. Washington is known to be a progressive leader in our nation. So why doesn't our representation share these progressive values? This is a choice between two futures. One where corporations will continue to reap huge profits by ignoring the climate emergency and denying people their right to health care and a living wage, or a vastly different future. One where billionaires pay their fair share in taxes, where our government isn't sold to the highest bidder, and where our children can grow up without poisoned food, water, and air. From Linwood to Oak Harbor to Bellingham, we have to be courageous and ambitious enough to meet this moment with everything we've got. It's time to send someone to Congress who will represent our story. Visit callforcongress.com today and join our movement.
There you go. So this is Bailey.
There you go.
This is,
you beat me.
This is my queen right here. She's like, "Why are you holding me right now?" You know how cats are. They're
Yep.
like, they want to bother you when you don't want to be bothered, and as soon as you're like, "Hey, let me show you off," they're like, "Yeah, leave me alone."
I just started making a cup of coffee. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna fulfill my promise to grab Winston and also grab that cup of coffee. So
All right.
I don't know. You could, if you wish to just pontificate to the chat about any specific topic. Maybe just talk about cats. I'm sure they'll enjoy it. But yeah, I'll be back in like a minute.
Okay. So I'm just gonna tell the chat. I'm gonna pop on Twitch on my phone so I can see what people are saying. Let's see here. And let's see if I can. I don't want to. I'm going to turn the volume down on this. Where are? Okay, so I'm seeing chat. Okay. Let me see some questions here. Yep, I'm seeing what you say right now. Use dead. Go ahead and somebody ask me a question. What do you want? What do you want me to talk about? Let's see here. Okay. So yeah, let's talk about Joshua Collins. I consider myself allied with Joshua. I thought he did a great job online. My real critique of Joshua's campaign is that it was mostly an online campaign. I thought his platform was great. I was very supportive of the platform. It's actually how Rose Caucus developed, was through Joshua's platform. I read everything in that. I mean, there were some points of like, we haven't quite got this all fleshed out. Like, gun rights is a very controversial issue. Not everybody agreed on all the points, and so that was a work in progress, and really still is. Because I am supportive of the Second Amendment. I am not supportive of people shooting up schools. I am not supportive of teachers being armed, having been a high school teacher myself. So Joshua, unfortunately, and just a real critique, and nothing against him as a person or any of his campaign staff who did a lot of good work where they did it. There wasn't a lot of in-district outreach. There wasn't a lot of on the ground, at a time when he could have gotten out early and done door knocking and built an actual presence in the electorate. He didn't do that. And one of the things that happened in that district, if people know, is that the incumbent, Denny Heck, dropped out. Denny Heck was a big DNC guy. And he said he didn't drop out. He said he wasn't running for re-election. What happened at that point is that everybody in district who was an established sort of state level politician, mayors, etc., and as you know, the person who holds the seat now who got elected was the mayor of Tacoma. But a lot of these people jumped into the race. You ended up with 19 people filed in that Washington 10th district. And the reality is that some of the more established Democrats, Joshua was realistically not going to be able to compete with them. because the groundwork had not been done. And that's something that, if you're a candidate, you have to do that. I had much better results in my district because I have not only done the groundwork in the last campaign. I've been a presence in this district for years and years and years. I'm a known quantity among progressives. So Joshua actually called me up. I think it was in May. It would have been a couple of weeks before we filed our campaigns, because the filing for Washington is the third week in May. It's always the same third week in May that you file for your campaigns. And he says, I'm thinking about filing the Essential Workers Party. He says, I don't think I can win this as a Democrat. I don't have the progressive lane anymore. Beth Doglio was one of our state senators. She ended up being supported by Bernie. And she was progressive, but not revolutionary progressive. She would have certainly been a better option than Marilyn Strickland, who ended up getting elected. And she ended up getting, somewhat crushed because Marilyn Strickland had all sorts of corporate money and the backing of the Democratic establishment. But, when you have 11 Democrats and 8 Republicans filed for a seat, and you are an online progressive, he says, I'm thinking about doing this thing with the Essential Workers Party. What do you think? I said, look, man, if you don't think you can hold the Democratic lane and you want to give this thing a try, I said, go for it. So he filed under the Essential Workers Party. And I'm telling you, he did it with my blessing, regardless of what people think about, oh, that was a terrible move. The reality on the ground in the 10th district was that he was not going to get votes as a Democrat because there was a quote unquote progressive Democrat who was established in the state legislature now filed for that seat. So people said, oh, Joshua's a grifter and all this money he raised for his campaign, that was such a big waste. But you know what? The reality is the dynamics of the race changed substantially. And, we got to see what happened. Okay, maybe that's a bad idea. But now we know. He put it on the table. I always said I wanted to see what was going to happen. Is something like this going to fly? But he had not done the groundwork in the district, so it doesn't matter what party he filed for. He wasn't going to get past the primary. So that's my analysis. And I love the guy. Honestly, yeah. I love the guy. I think he did good work.
No, and that's some of his like. I'm guessing the chat suckered you into talking about Josh. But no, yeah, like I think one thing too is like you look at just like intent, like
yeah,
was this guy trying to go out there and like take people's money, to enrich himself? Like absolutely not,
No.
Not even
wasn't.
like it's like not even close. So like a lot of the talks about like grift and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Like I don't even like.
Never like that.
Yeah, I don't even like
and
entertaining it. It was like, hey, what was this or that a bad or good idea? Right? We can talk about all day.
Right. We had a conversation.
Yeah.
But I don't think anybody was grifting. And let me tell you something. I have 5. My campaign team is expanding now because we intend to do things bigger and better this year. But we ran my campaign with 6 people. Me and 5 other people, and nobody took any money. Of course, I can't take it as a candidate, but I had people who worked for me for free. They didn't have to do it. They did that because they believed in my campaign and they wanted to have real change in this district. The only person who ever took any money from my campaign was my campaign manager, and he took about $1,000 a month if you averaged it out. And for the work he put into it, that's not even being paid minimum wage. So, I don't know. I mean, for leftists, we want people to be paid for their work, right? I mean, so I was very lucky to have a bunch of people who were willing to volunteer their time. I didn't mandate that. If any of them has said, listen, I need to get some compensation for the work I'm putting into this, I didn't have the money to do it. That would have taken away from me printing literature, printing signs, which is where most of our money went to, or, getting call lists so that we could do, phone banking and text banking. So, had people demanded salary from that would have eaten into what our campaign was able to do on the ground. But I don't want to insist that people work for free. I want to raise enough money to where we can do the things that we need with media, with printing, with outreach, and also have the people who are putting the time into the campaign get compensated for their efforts. Because everybody on my campaign was working a full-time job in addition to volunteering for my campaign. So what Joshua did is he simply said, we have 3, 4, 5 people. I don't remember how many people took money from the campaign. And when I say took money, they're not stealing money. They are getting paid for the time that they are putting in the campaign.
Yes.
And so a lot of people say, oh, well, that's grifting, because they made it because in the end, a bad decision was made and he didn't make it past the primary. But it's not like they weren't doing work, And I know Violet's name has been brought up here, Violet Ray. Violet is a good friend of mine. She put a lot of work into Joshua's campaign, and she had actually separated from the campaign by the time Joshua made the decision to run on the Essentials Workers Party. She had no part in that at all. And so when people are saying, oh, they took a lot of money, they took a reasonable salary. I think she took somewhere in the neighborhood of $23 an hour for the work that she was doing on that campaign. I don't have a problem with that, and I really don't think leftists should have a problem with that.
That is the bare minimum living wage, like $22, $23 an hour is right around the bare minimum living wage that most leftists agree upon, like what would be an accurate, right? I think $26. So I'm happy that you brought it up. And that's the thing too, is we can talk about all day about whether decisions made are good or bad. But and this is something that we talk about internally with with Left Flank. We've I'm not gonna say call any names, but we've had people come to us and say, I want to do this for you, and we've said we don't feel comfortable. And we just don't feel comfortable saying take the time out of your day, and it's just having that principle is never a bad thing, and it shouldn't even be brought up into the discussion, right? And once you throw it out, it's oh, it took $23 an hour, a living. Oh, okay, so she at a living wage then. Why would I have a problem with that? Why would anybody have a problem?
Right. Right.
Next question though, we're gonna be moving on. I gotta go up. Where was it? So how do you plan to advocate for the LGBTQIA plus community, specifically as legislative attacks on trans rights continues? And I've got your LGBTQIA plus rights page already queued up. So if you kind of just want to talk about what you believe and your policy goals are.
Yeah, well, I support protections. I support, trans rights are human rights. There is some kind of moralistic, puritanical streak in America that it seems to be very hard to communicate with people about. And even within the Democratic Party, where ostensibly Democrats will say we support trans rights, but when you say again, it's one of those things that is it put into practice, and people get people in the Democratic Party really kind of get very moralistic about it, and these things are choices. This is not biological, and so I will always push back against that, and I will always advocate for people having the right to live the lives that they not choose to live but are born to live. Having protections, federal protections, of course, and making sure those federal protections are equally protected in the state, making sure that there are avenues to legal recourse for workplace violations and oppression that stems from that. Of course, trans people should be able to serve in the military just like everybody else. People are people. So that's actually something that I want to say I'm glad that the Biden administration is taking a stand on. So there's a lot of hate out there. Making sure that we are addressing hatefulness. Making sure that I think schools don't necessarily, coming from the public school system, schools don't necessarily have the protections for trans students that they should. And I've had a number of trans students, and I've sat and talked with them about the challenges that they face as a student in the public school system. And I've always let them know, I'm here to support you, and I'm here to advocate you being you're another student in this school, and you have full access to the rights that any other student would have. So I know that's really kind of a nebulous answer, but I'm here for protecting all marginalized communities, no matter what.
Yeah, no, and I mean, honestly, it's like that's very yeah, like you're hitting the broad brushstrokes of supporting just marginalized communities, but right here we've got the specifics, right?
Sure, yeah.
You're saying like fighting for the Equality Act, the Pride Act, Every Child Deserves a Family Act, and then like you just said, like fighting any forms of discrimination, whether it's against the LGBTQIA plus community or anybody else for that matter, right? It just
Yep.
That's just basic human decency, right? We like to say here,
Yep.
we do have a purity test here at Left Flank Vets. It's just basic human decency. That purity test, easy bar, very easy bar. Care
Right.
about people,
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like, big one, removing punitive requirements for legal name changes, and create fee waivers for ID replacements as a result of legal name changes. Declaring trans murder and suicide rates a national emergency. Degender all public documents federally. Degender all school dress codes. Guarantee protection from gender normative discrimination. Like these. So and this is something that as we were watching the Marjorie Taylor Greene hearings, and this was yesterday. Like we watched like pretty much the whole thing.
I didn't watch. No.
Yeah, well, but the thing that was very extremely disturbing is that the Republicans, they just would engage in transphobic language and speech without like just over and over and over again, and there was no recognition of it. There was no fighting against. There's like the Democrats did nothing. They said nothing.
Right.
And I thought to myself, what could it be like, right, for a black person watching the legislative body work in the 60s or the 50s? What would they be saying about black people just casually? That is no longer accepted. And are they doing the same thing right now to our family in the trans community? And the answer is yes. And not one Democrat, not one person said a damn thing about it while they were doing it over and over and over and over and over again.
Which tells you that in terms, it really identifies a big problem, because if I go back to what I said about Rick Larson not saying anything about Black Lives Matter until the wider community made him feel safe to do so, and even though it's completely performative, it's the same thing with trans rights. If they are not, if the politicians are not feeling emboldened to speak up for trans people, it's because their wider community is not giving them the freedom to do that. Because when it comes right down to it, most politicians are cowards, and most politicians are just looking like, it's true. Most politicians are looking not to step in some shit that they won't be able to wipe off their shoe in the next election cycle. And so they're very couched in their terms, and the reason that they are couched in those terms is because the wider community has not yet come to that acceptance of trans people as people. And I think as the wider community supports trans rights, you will find more and more politicians, at least on the Democratic side, being vocally supportive of trans rights. But just the fact that nobody is speaking up about it right now in the situation you're describing tells you how bad the situation is on the ground. I mean, it's real. And so yes, we have to have people now. And I also want to say that my LGBTQ platform is not my platform. I didn't write that. My campaign manager is LGBTQ, and he he is a he, brought this to me and said, and because my baseline, like you said, is human decency, and I asked him, I said, let's develop something that is human decency for the trans community. What is it that the trans community needs to feel safe, to feel protected? Where are the legislative points that we need to hit? And so, he said, this is what my community needs. And I said, that's it. That's all I need right there. If you are telling me this is what your community needs, that's what I'm looking for.
Which brings me to my next point. If you wish to go to callforcongress.com/issues/LGBTQIA-rights, and you say, hey, there's something that's not there's something that's not there. Hey, Jason seems to be missing it on some issue. It's not going to be very difficult, as you just heard, as Jason is just describing who he is and who he has been as a person. Just ask. Just say, hey, this is what I need.
It really is.
And this is
contact me, email me, jason@callforcongress.com. Say, hey, this thing is missing. And I want to say the same thing for women's rights. I want to say the same thing for disability rights. If you know Amanda Seaby, who ran in Oregon's 1st District against Suzanne Bonamici, I asked her, because she had a disability rights platform that we actually merged with part of the Rose Caucus disability platform, to come up with, what we have now as what I think is comprehensive, but if it's not comprehensive, tell me where we're missing, and we will get that addressed. But again, I didn't write this platform. I had people in the disability community say, this is what we need to be safe and secure and protected in our lives. I said, that's what I'm fighting for then.
Just one thing that I think, the lettering in the background for the disability.
I see that.
That's all I got.
We are gonna go through. Sorry. We're going to go through. We're actually looking at revamping the website, and so I will definitely take notes on that right now. Where's my pen? I don't have a pen. Okay, good point to note. But we're going to go through some website redesign here in the next month or two, and we'll get the things like that.
And like something that's like, I feel like that's just also important too, is like just having the disability rights tab, just having the inclusivity of having these options to look into, to make sure that yes, you may be electing this nice delicious bearded man who hails from Scotland in some sense, but just willing to represent people, right? And that's where like right here, this is identity politics, right? This platform, this is the real identity politics.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that there's nothing performative about what I have on my platform. I believe, I am the most white vanilla guy. I grew up in white rural, I grew up in a Reagan Republican household. I grew up with racism in my family, and I had to unlearn, right? When you talk about what is the work, like so many, I mean, I'm thinking of my father and me trying to educate my father on, what the real world is like for so many people who aren't like us, and try and educate him on white privilege, and in particular white male privilege. He doesn't want to hear any of it. His way is the way, so I grew up with all. I mean, literally, I had my father tell me when I was in 7th grade, and Culture Club was becoming big. If you remember Boy George and Culture Club, and I started getting into music, and my dad told me he didn't want me listening to Culture Club because, and I honestly at that point I really didn't know anything about gay, but what I knew was my dad said gay was bad, it didn't stop me from listening to it. And I was like, all right, I don't think, I think the music is great. But that was the environment that I grew up in. I didn't grow up with, I mean, it was all white. I remember maybe two black kids in my junior high, yeah, out in rural South Pierce County in Washington. So I didn't understand anything about black culture. And all I knew was that my dad talked in terms of, because he obviously worked in the military with a lot of black people, but he said, there are different types of black people. There are black people who, do what they're told, and there are black people who essentially act the fool. And that's, there's this whole idea of there's good black people and there's bad black people, and it's all culturally based and whatever.
Yeah.
I grew up with that. It wasn't until I went to high school in inner city Tacoma and I actually got to know black people, because in inner city Tacoma, like, half the students I went to school with were black. And I said to myself, man, my dad's been lying to me. Of course, you can't, when you're in a military household and you have an authoritarian father like that, it's not like I go home as a high schooler and I start challenging him on his racism. But once I got out into college and I went to the University of Washington, and I was angry with my upbringing. I was angry with my father for lying to me about people. And you have to unlearn that. And once you kind of break out of that and you realize you've been lied to and people are people, and everybody in the world deserves safety, deserves protection. There is nobody who is better or worse culturally than anybody else. We just have our differences, and that's what makes the fabric of our society great. At least supposedly, that is kind of what we're. It's weird that we are. People talk about, how great America is because of its diversity and melting pot, but the fact that people are able to say that with a straight face, while there is so much racially based oppression, gender based oppression, gender orientation based oppression in this country, it's really, a ton of cognitive dissonance going on. But once you do the work, and it is work for white people to say, the way I was raised in this white culture, thinking, and it's a white supremacist culture. I'll just say, there's white supremacist culture that I was raised in. Not like Nazi, not like we're alt-right, not like we're, want to join the Nazi party, but just this sort of low level, hey, white people are better, that is something that white people have to work in their own mind, in their own hearts to break out of. But once you have broken out of that, it made me at least want to fight for all those people who I feel like my culture has oppressed over the last, millennium.
Yeah, no, and that's something like, though, really at the end of the day, and this is something that's like Cornel West had a really great discussion on. Yeah, like I could hear Cornel West just talk all day, but it's just talking about basically how, like, you live in the United States. It doesn't really matter how, like, what you are, like, race, gender, ethnicity, age, doesn't matter. Constantly, every day, every minute, every second of your life, you are being inundated with white supremacy. White supremacy is being continually normalized in your life through what you see in television, through the way that you interact with things in life, right? What you're able to purchase, like how you're able to, all of these things, right, are all serving a higher, structure, right, and power. Oh, hey, kitty. And so, yeah, like it so my point is that it's like, I think it's good for all of us to be able to realize, right, that yes, even in like the home of Jamaican immigrants, as I was growing up, there were plenty of things and that around me all the time that just served white supremacy. So yeah, it's just important to be able to recognize it and say, well, we want to do the things to work past that.
Yep. And honestly, I just saw in the chat there somebody brought it up about racism being tied to capitalism, and it's absolutely true. So I'm running on a five anti platform: anti-imperialism, anti-capitalism, anti-fascism, anti-racism, and what was the other? Oh, anti-sexism. I mean, so unless you are actively fighting against all of these things together, because they're all tied to each other, you're really not fighting as hard as you should be. And so it is sort of the next step, because people say, well, of course I'm anti-fascist, I don't like fascism. No, I don't really like our country oppressing people around the world. Are you willing to take that step and say capitalism is the problem? I mean, it's not like it's the only problem, but it is a really huge root of the problem of all of the oppressions for all of the marginalized communities we have. And that ends up being a hang-up point for so many people, where they go, but we're capitalists. Capitalism is good. Socialism, I mean, we've had it drilled into our heads since the end of the Cold War that socialism is anti-freedom, socialism is authoritarian and oppressive, and that capitalism really represents freedom, and it's it's absolutely not true. I mean, it's just false propaganda.
I'd say, yeah, that's a sentence spoken like a slaveholder.
Yeah. So anyway,
yeah.
Anyway, so it's almost 2:30 here, and I think I've been on the line for 2.5 hours. My wife is calling me to do some stuff around the house, and I have a friend living with me right now. She's actually couch surfing because she lost her housing, and she's got a little dog with her, and I've got to get her dog to the vet to get a booster shot. But it's been fantastic talking with you. And I really hope I get to come back and talk some more.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something that I want to get other campaigns into. We hope that you were able to raise at least a few dollars throughout the stream. But even more so, just happy that people were able to learn about your campaign, figure out who you are, and hopefully people know, hey, go to. I'm going to do the last thing. Call for Congress, FOR, not the number, callforcongress.com. Here is the Act Blue. Please, if you can, give Jason the donation. But yes, thank you so much, brother, for being here. And we'll definitely,
I appreciate it, Marcus.
do this again.
Thank you so much. And thanks for everybody in the chat. I appreciate it. Thanks for the questions. Hope I did okay answering them. And really look forward to talking to you again soon. Thanks, Marcus.
Yep. Have a good one.
You too. Bye, everyone.
All right. That was good, right? That was good. Ooh, I really like Jason. Jason, dope guy. Dope dude. And it's just it's important, right? And this is what I'm talking about. This is important. It's important. I think we all remember Charles Booker, Anthony Clark. It's just like so many close calls. So many close calls. Hey, Fresh Cow, I appreciate it. And like honestly, for some, like for a lot of candidates, it's really not that hard. A lot of candidates are looking for avenues to get their voice out, and this is something that like going into just building out this stream, it was something I've been I've wanted to do since day one. We did some interviews even before the election, but yeah. Yeah. Is this a bunked article? Is this is so? I saw this article earlier. Is this shit real? Nevada bill will allow tech companies to create governments. Don't yell at me like that. Don't yell at me like that. Like, is this deep fake? This is too dystopian for me to believe. So I just want this website to be deep fake. Okay? Is that wrong? Here we go. So Elon Musk's plan for Mars is getting brought down to Earth pretty much. Planned legislation to establish new business areas in Nevada would allow tech companies to effectively form separate local governments. Democratic Governor Steve Sisolak announced a plan to launch so-called innovation zones, oh my fucking god, in Nevada to jumpstart the state's economy by attracting technological firms. Reported Wednesday. The zones would permit companies with large areas of land to form governments carrying the same authority as counties, including the ability to impose taxes, form school districts and courts, and provide government services. Yes, essentially Disney World is its own government now. This is terrible. This is terrible. The measure to further economic development with the alternative form of local government has not yet been introduced in the legislature. He just pitched the concept in his State of the State address delivered on the 19th. The plan would bring in new businesses at the forefront of groundbreaking technologies without the use of tax abatements or other publicly funded incentive packages that previously helped Nevada attract companies like Tesla. Like, so instead of saying, oh, hey, since we can't give you corporate welfare, we'll just allow you to take over a portion of our state. That's essentially what he's saying. And this is fucking absurd. Honestly, though, right? But Fresh Cow, like, at that point, it's like, don't pick a nation, right? Don't pick a nation. It's worse. These are just individual people, right? This is going back to fucking fiefdom and shit, right? Feudalism. Like, do you want Skynet? Because this is how you get Skynet. I mean, jeez. The Governor's Office of Economic Development would oversee applications for the zones, which would be limited to companies working in specific business areas, including blockchain, autonomous technology, the Internet of Things, robotics, artificial intelligence, wireless biometrics, and renewable resource technology. Zone requirements would include applicants owning at least 78 square miles of undeveloped, uninhabited land within a single county but separate from any city, town, or tax increment area. Companies would have at least 250 million and plans to invest an additional 1 billion in their zones over 10 years. The zones would initially operate with the oversight of their location counties, but would eventually take over county duties and become independent governmental bodies. Oh my god, this is so fucking terrible. The zones would have 3-member supervisor boards with the same powers as county commissioners. The businesses would maintain significant control over board membership. Do you have 78 square miles, 250 million with additional plans to invest $1 billion over 10 years? We need a few more biddies for that. The zones would have 3. As far as the governor's economic development office did not respond to questions about the zones. Of course they did. Of course they did. Of course they did. That's just some terrible ass shit, right? That's just some really fucking terrible ass shit. I can't. Yeah. I mean, oh my god. This is fucking frustrating. It's fucking frustrating. Elon Musk is gonna have a town, right? That type of shit happens, and it's just like Elon Musk. Picture Mark Zuckerberg owning his own town. Where did Winnie go? I don't know. Winston. No, I'm not in Nevada. I'm not in Nevada. Thank God. Thank God. You mean Skynet Town? Teslaville? No, thank you. No, thank you. Oh. Could you imagine living in the town of Zuckerberg, right? You get it? Like Pittsburgh, but Zuckerberg. All right. You get it. You get it. So let's see here. So we're gonna go. So actually, coming up, in about 30 minutes, we will have Kenzo Shibata on the show. He's going to be talking about Chicago's Teachers Union. He's going to be talking about, like what Lori Lightfoot's doing. I don't even going into what the Biden administration and how they've been like wishy-washy on like, you know, what they're going to do and how they're pressuring schools to open and all that stuff. But in between time, I want to get into our favorite committee-less representative, if that's okay. Also, real quick, I'm gonna turn the alerts back on. Gonna turn the alerts back on. I want to do mentions like, hey, you could boost the stream, right? The little tab at the top. You spend your little channel points or things to boost the stream. I don't really know what it does, but supposedly it's helpful. And actually, we should probably get into some of the things. So yeah, I got the raid. Okay. All right. Sorry. Talking to left leg people. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. There she is. Miss Committee List. All right. Let's see what she has to say.
Is this on?
Let's get started.
Hello.
It's recording. It's recording. You know.
Oh, it's recording.
Yeah, it's going
okay. Thank you for letting me know. Well, first off, thank you all for
Wow.
Thank you for coming out here today and being willing to hear what I have to say. I just want you to know that for the press, I truly support freedom of press. I think it's one of the things that makes our country so great, and I really hope that you'll be able to tell my story a little bit better instead of just reporting and repeating maybe some things that you don't like about me or things that were on social media in 2018. You see, the reason why I ran for Congress is because I really don't respect what our government has become. As just an ordinary American, someone who's had to work hard all my life, someone who's been married for almost 25 years and raised 3 kids, and I gotta tell you, my 3 kids are the greatest part of my life. That's the best thing I've ever done, is to be a mom. I really love our country, I love our freedoms, and I sincerely want all of your children, my children, and all of us to continue to have the opportunity to have the American dream. But our government
The
is
American dream, because
failing
that's
us.
existed for
You see, we're approaching nearly
rich white people.
$30 trillion in
and
debt.
only them.
As a successful business owner for over 20 years, if I ran my company the way this government runs and spends and wastes and puts us in debt with our own hard-earned tax dollars, I'd be out of business a long time ago. And we'd
You
be
mean the
homeless
business
on the
that you
streets.
asked
But it's
$400,000
much worse
for
than that. For
PPP
decades
loan?
now, this government has sold out our American worker, sent our jobs overseas to foreign countries.
Playing
We've
the old
opened
hits.
our borders wide open to be flooded with illegals coming into our country.
Jesus.
Think about
Jesus.
Kate Steinle, who was murdered on a pier in California. She died in her father's arms. Krisha Odette, her father served
How many
our
of-
country 4 tours.
how many-
4 tours
How many of her friends
in the
died
Middle East.
right
protecting
behind
our
her,
freedoms.
storming
When
the
he came back
Capitol
home, his daughter
4 weeks ago?
was killed by an illegal alien in Texas. These are the things that shouldn't happen.
I would like that
But these are the
WD battle royale.
policies that are allowed and continued. Our country has made it legal and funded with our tax dollars over 62 million abortions, murdering God's
God.
creation in the womb.
Oh my
That
God.
is a sin, a disgusting evil that is unfathomable. I can't even believe that it continues. But here's the thing.
She's probably the worst
All of
person.
these women that have gone through that, it leaves a hole in their soul that
Jesus.
never heals.
Shut up.
And those
Enough.
women have been
Enough.
taught that this is the way
No,
that they should achieve.
no.
This is the way they can build a career.
Shut up. Shut up.
This is a way
Shut
that
up.
they can solve the problem
Shut up.
that they didn't want in the first place. That's a horrible lie. It's a terrible lie.
She's a fucking horrible
As a
person.
mother and a woman who's had a successful career, I can tell you being a mom is the greatest gift of my life. I really hope that America can end the
And
evil
that
of
your
abortion.
life, right? Yours.
Also
That's
want
the
you to
key
know that
thing.
free speech
What you
matters.
want to do.
Free speech really matters. And yesterday, when the Democrats and 11 of my Republican colleagues
Very good, Baron.
decided to
Very
strip
good.
me of my committee assignments, Education and Labor, and the Budget Committee, You know what they did? They actually stripped my district of their voice.
You did that
They
with your
stripped
actions.
my voters of having representation to work for them for the budget. A successful business owner that knows how to make a profit,
You weren't
not a
successful.
loss.
You had to ask
That's
the
what my
government
district
for
voted
money.
for me for.
So by your own
I'm
judgment,
a mom
you're not a success.
with 3 kids who has taken my children to gun-free school zones
Oh
their
my
entire
God.
time they went to school. And when I was in
I
11th
am a
grade at
phoenix
16
rising
years
from
old
the
and Joe
ashes.
Biden created gun-free school zones, one of my schoolmates brought 3 guns to school on a school bus in a duffel bag, brought them into the school in the first period class because he was very upset at 2 of his classmates.
And now what? You want that
He
to
pulled out his
have every
weapon,
kid to have
went
that right?
take control. The coach in the classroom knocked him to the floor, but he was able to reach in and get another one of his guns, fired his weapon, took control of our school, and we were held hostage in our classrooms for 5 hours. I want you to know, I know that fear that David Hogg felt. It's terrifying.
You really don't.
It's terrifying
You really
when
don't.
the only person in the building with a gun is very upset and is there to do evil. And there's no good guy with any guns to protect us. That's why when I was in Washington, I could go from Senate office to Senate office just like David Hogg and
There's
say,
only good guy with a
vote
gun
no
right
to gun
here.
control.
It's the only good guy
Because
with a
we
gun.
need our Second Amendment rights. We need to be able to protect our children with good guys with guns. Just like the people up here protected themselves with 30,000 National Guard troops.
After
Imagine that.
you
We
helped
wanna leave our
incite
children
a riot
defenseless,
where
that
5
they
people
will
died.
surround this place with a big, beautiful border wall and a whole bunch of good guys with guns. See, these are the policies that disgust me. These are the policies that
Yes.
disgust the American people.
They disgust you because
And
you
these
would
are
want
the
your colleagues
policies
dead.
of hypocrites. You see, when the people in charge want to just spend your money and you have no choice but to give it to them, and believe me, I've been a good taxpayer for years now, and I always will be. And then they want to send our hard-earned dollars over to foreign nations, so-called foreign aid, to fund things like border walls and bridges and schools and roads and abortion.
Oh my
That's
God. We're building
tax dollars should stay
border
here in
walls
America.
and doing
Our
abortion
tax
all
dollars
across the
should
world.
fund our border wall,
Like,
our bridges, our schools, our roads. They should help our homeless. They should help our people, our forgotten, our orphans, our
you don't
foster care
actually
children.
give a shit about
That's
those
what our
people,
hard-earned
though.
tax dollars should be
The
doing.
only time they mention it is when they can fucking point at somebody
Not
else
what these
and say,
people
hey,
here
you're
have
not
been
doing
doing
enough.
for decades. Those that are in charge have been here for decades. Decades. Do you know the average age of retirement? It's around 64, 65 years old in the private sector, but not here in Congress. They cling to power as long as they can because apparently it's addictive and they can't give it up. This is something that I just can't
Maybe just lead by example.
tolerate. I can't take it, and the American people are so sick of it. You
Resign.
see, a record number of Americans voted for President Trump. Record number of Republicans voted for President Trump. Do you want to know why?
Because they're
It's because they loved his policies. They loved his fight. They loved the fact that for once we had a president that stood up for America, stood up for American businesses, and remembered the forgotten man. He was a president that didn't care about your skin color because God created us all equal and
okay. That's a fucking lie. What's up, Ben? And actually, there's a lot of people that are in the chat that I wanted to just give shout outs to. So start out with Ruel, and he actually had a 3-month. Shout out to Bleep Blomp Ben. I think, Kenny, Comrade Kenny, the Comrade Kenny, right? Shout out to the Comrade Kenny, Dirtbag as well. I think you're out here. So yeah, what's up? Yeah, she's terrible. Okay. Yeah, see, this is the fucking thing.
I am a phoenix rising from the ashes.
This is the fucking issue, right? It's like this. They don't care. They don't actually give a shit. see here. Okay, so you know what? We'll skip to the end because there's a good part to this. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. All right, so she starts asking questions, or she starts taking questions toward the end, and that's the part that's pretty hilarious.
He wants you to share the gospel.
Oh,
share it with everyone.
God damn it!
I have a message to other Christians in this country. Don't be lukewarm. That's not what your faith is for. Our Savior died on a cross so your sins can be forgiven, and He doesn't want you to be quiet about it. He wants you to share the gospel and share it with everyone. That being said, I'm going to let you guys go about your day. I know you got many things. Yeah, I'll take some questions. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask you specifically. I know you talked yesterday. I listened to your speech, but you said on a video in January 2019, I'm just going to read it to you verbatim. You said it's been taken out of context.
Who are you with? What's your name?
So hasn't even gotten the question out. What the fuck is this Afno fear? Can we fucking can we time him out? Like normally, this is I feel like the only fucking time I've had to say, hey, can we fucking time somebody out because they're just being that fucking annoying. Like, holy shit. I don't even want to click it. I don't even want to click it now. No, I won't. God damn it.
I'm Jessica
With
CNN. By our law, representatives and senators can be kicked out and no longer serve in our government. And it's a crime punishable by death, is what treason is. This is what you said.
Did you see my speech yesterday? How many stories did you report on Russian collusion conspiracy lies? No, I want to know, have you apologized for Russian collusion conspiracy lies? Have you? I don't have to.
I stand by the fact that you said Nancy Pelosi is guilty of treason, and that's
I think you heard my speech yesterday. You owe the people an apology. You lied about President Trump. You
Oh
owe the people
my
an apology.
God.
I've done mine yesterday.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
next question.
I've done mine yesterday. I did it.
Did any of you hear my speech yesterday?
You didn't apologize.
You regret saying that she is guilty of treason and deserving of death.
Congressman,
Nope.
what do you
Another
what
one.
do you see as your role here going forward?
My role is the job I got elected to do. I'm going to vote very conservative, pro-life, pro-Second Amendment.
She is a living bot.
Pro-border,
Yes.
pro-America, pro-American businesses, pro-economy,
As
pro-jobs.
light-
We need to
lights are
reopen
on,
this
no one's
country.
home.
We need to put kids back in schools. Keeping them at home is killing our children. Depression is high, suicide's high. We canceled prom, canceled graduation, canceled their lives. I'm going to be working hard on those policies. and
No,
I'm
you're
gonna be
not, 'cause you're
holding
not on any
Republicans
committees.
accountable and pushing them to the right.
Can I follow up on that? What do you say to those 11 Republicans?
Thank you, Jen Pellegrino with OAN. You mentioned AOC, and I wanted to ask you about that. You know, your supporters commonly know you as MTG. There's a lot of comparisons that could be made as a
Oh my
freshman in Congress
God.
making waves, receiving positive and negative attention on both sides of the aisle. Would you say that perhaps you've maybe scared Democrats in the media as well, in the same way that AOC, when she stepped on the scene, kind of made waves among Republicans?
I'd say there's a comparison between us and the fact that we really don't care what other people think about us, because I can say that for myself. I've never met her, but I assume she probably feels that way.
I think the similar thing is that a way that I feel, and I have no idea how this person feels about it because I've never met them. But that's something that I think. Like, I hate this woman so much.
But there's a major difference in us. AOC embraces policies of socialism to what you could call communism. She wants to
Sweet.
have all the power, and then the people that she claims she wants to help, her policies would reduce them to poverty, and they wouldn't have many freedoms left. So there's a big difference than us.
Way to get in
I
specifics
support
there,
our Constitution
Marjorie.
and all of our freedoms, and I'll work very hard against her policies.
And one more question, if I may.
Jen?
Yes, one more question.
No,
So
that's
Representative
not fair.
Adam
You asked
Kinzinger this
somebody
morning
else's
on
question.
Twitter,
That's
he
not
said,
fair. She already had
there's
a
no
question.
remorse
You
here
should
for your
answer
past
other people's
comments, just a
questions.
huge desire to be famous. What do you say to him and the other 10
Yeah,
Republicans
now she's
that
only
voted
asking,
against,
going on the
voted
OAN people.
Well, there were 10 that voted for impeachment against President Trump, and they definitely paid the price. They heard from Republican voters. There were 11 that voted against me yesterday, and that's something that our leaders should be very upset about. Kevin McCarthy and the rest of the Republican Party is working hard on taking back the majority, and when you have Republicans in the ranks voting against one of their own, opening the door for Democrats to go after every single Republican next, that really is a big betrayal, and that could cost us the majority in 22. People are very angry. That's all I've heard from people all morning, furious about that. So I hope that my Republican colleagues really think about what they've done. I'm sure they're going to hear from their voters at home, because the base is loyal to President Trump, and the base has been very loyal to me, and they've shown me that. Yeah.
My question is there anything that you have said that you now want to say I'm sorry for? Not just you regret or walk back, but is there anything you are sorry for saying in the past?
Oh, of course. I'm sorry for saying all those things that are wrong and offensive. And I sincerely mean that.
Can you list
And
one
I'm
of them?
happy to say that. I think it's good to say
Just list one of them.
when we've done something wrong. So yeah, that's easy for me. Yes.
You publicly apologized yesterday.
Congresswoman, are you sorry to David Hogg? What you said to him and about him?
David Hogg was an adult when I talked to him. I don't think any of you have realized that. David Hogg was working with the organization they were going around working hard for
Totally
strict
cool.
gun control laws.
It's
I'm very
always
opposed
totally
to those
cool
policies.
when people
And
say,
so
hey,
being in the
this
same
person was
situation
an
as David
adult
Hogg,
at the
my voice
time.
matters too.
Totally
And
cool
so,
saying.
no, I'm not sorry
Nothing
for
wrong
telling
with
him
it
he shouldn't
ever.
push for gun control. What we need to do is we need to protect our children. I think you're expecting we should protect our children and your baby as well with good guys with guns, and not allow them to be sitting there sitting ducks. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
You talked earlier about the media teaching people to hate, but wasn't it you who liked the page on Facebook a comment saying Nancy Pelosi should get a bullet to the head? And didn't
You know, this reminds me of when you guys would ask President Trump, President Trump, do you denounce white supremacy? And he would say, I denounce it. And then you would ask him again, and he would have to say, I denounce
Because
it.
he would never really denounce it, and then he would do white supremacy things, and then which begs the question.
Here's the thing. When you want to keep telling the same story over and over, but you don't want to tell the truth, that's your problem. And that's how we end press conferences. Okay.
And that's how we end press conferences. Yeah, was stand back and stand by. Was that denouncing white supremacy or nah? Yeah, this lady, oops. That lady's insane. And she's like arguing for like, oh, well, yeah, you know, David Hogg doesn't want guns in schools, and every child, right? Go back to my story. Every child needs to have a gun when they're going in. You know, there's got bad kids with guns. That means you need good kids with guns. Bad kids with guns, good kids with guns. Why not? Why not? No big deal, right? No big deal. Nice. And so now, we got some time. Something we talked about earlier was the general strike going on in Haiti, and so seems like a video to kind of go in to what's that's about.
Haiti labor unions and social movements launched a general strike this Monday against the ongoing insecurity in the country while demanding the resignation of President Jovenel Moïse. Groups of workers started the strike action with various street mobilizations in Port-au-Prince to reject the high levels of violence affecting the population. Unions have denounced that the policies implemented by the government of Moïse directly affects the salaries, while rejecting the constitutional reform the government is pushing, stressing that it does not benefit workers. Meanwhile, social and political movements opposed to the current government also joined the strike action, rejecting the reform of the Constitution, which they denounced was a move solely aimed at securing Moise's continuity in power. Haiti labor unions and social movements launched a general strike this Monday.
So yeah, this is kind of like an old event listing, but workers in various sectors, including teachers, lawyers, transport workers, and other workers, have called for a 48-hour nationwide general strike in Haiti. Anti-government action is to protest general insecurity across the country, including violence and kidnapping. The work stoppage is likely to cause widespread disruptions to transport services and commercial operations. So it actually takes place amid an uptick in opposition protests demanding that the President Moïse step down by February 7th. And that's like when his term actually ends. That's something that, like, this is just an action to ensure good governance. You know, you've got an authoritarian leader that is basically just trying to hold power. And this is where it's like some of the shit might have happened without, but either way, you know, the United States has to take responsibility for promoting and advancing authoritarianism in the world, right? Like, as a nation, we elected President Trump, and that's just adding into the mix Putin, that fucking asshole in Brazil, Bolsonaro, fucking
I am a phoenix rising from the ashes.
Duterte, fucking Netanyahu, like all these factors, right? And like they feed off each other, right? And like if one pushes and gets away with it, the others, they understand that. And so when they see Trump pushing that, oh hey, I'm just gonna take this election. Well, if Trump can do it, same thing is happening in Myanmar. There's, they literally just said, okay, we're just going to take it over. So, crazy shit. Huh. Well, this is interesting. So the party of law and order, surprise, surprise, is not the party of law and order.
And we have just learned that 2 Republican members have been hit with fines. That's Congressman Andrew Clyde of Georgia and Louis Gohmert of Texas, each fined $5,000 for going through the metal detectors, all part, Wolf, of the new reality here on Capitol Hill.
And one of those fines will be deducted from their paychecks, is that right?
They will, and they'll go up if they do it again.
All right, let's see what happens. Thanks very much.
And we have just learned that
like these people are fucking idiots. These people are just idiots. Like, and
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yep.
What brought you back this time?
Happy holidays. Merry New Year. Y'all have a great day. It's a great feeling to be back. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yep.
just here so I don't get fined.
What brought you back this time?
Happy holidays.
Why can't? That wasn't even the video where he says, "Ooh, what's up, Isaiah?"
In my estimation, on the Democratic side, who know what they need to fight for, know what's right to fight for, but they don't have any incentive to fight that way because their corporate donors won't let them vote that way. You know, when I was talking to my team, and one of the first bills that I would introduce and champion is getting money out of politics. And believe it or not, that is the crux of all our issues. When you want to talk about racism, criminal justice reform, you talk about the military-industrial complex, housing, healthcare, education, all of it stems from money in our politics. And until we divorce money from our body politic, we're never going to be able to accomplish anything we want to accomplish because our representatives do not have to listen to us, to people like us. Like I told you, my wife's a first grade teacher. You see me in my apartment. I don't come from a political dynasty. I don't come from money. We're just everyday hardworking New Yorkers trying to make a living. And there are thousands of us across this district. There are millions of us across this city. And there are tens of millions of us across this country. And until we get representation in Congress that actually has to work for the people and serve the people, we're never going to get anything accomplished. So there's a lot that I think that I know I can get done being a freshman member in the House, should I get elected. All right, let me go to one of the next questions.
So, oh, God damn it. Is that, it just, man, why does Twitter do that? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? So that was just Isaiah James, who we've actually had on the show last Friday, and it looks like he's just doing, his own little
housing and urban development cannot use,
just his own little, what is it? Twitter, Periscope, Twitter Live,
to build any new public housing. If folks ever been around Central Brooklyn, you'll see that NYCHA, the New York City Housing Authority, is falling apart. They're owed $60 billion from the federal government. And it's not just in New York City, it's all over this country. So the first thing we need to do is repeal the Fair Cloth Amendment so the government can get back in the business of building affordable housing, not these developers and contractors who say they build affordable housing, but then just upcharge and make a 2-bedroom apartment $2,700 a month. The next thing we can do is we can have a federally funded program like us veterans get, where we have guaranteed no money home loans for first-time home buyers. If you don't have any capital or collateral in this country, you try to walk into a bank and get a home loan. It's not going to happen because the bank is not going to lend to you. So let's just remove banks from it altogether and get the federal government in the business of giving folks home loans. And this is for folks who are making under $80,000, under $50,000 a year, because everybody knows that one of the quickest ladders to building generational wealth is owning a home. And sadly, many Black and brown communities have been kept from that.
So, use dead. So I should talk a little bit about what I used to do. I used to be a congressional staffer. A little bit different than, like, I don't know. You got interns, you got staff, like in district, in DC. So what I used to do So no, I would say I was just more of a staffer than I was an LA, right? Um, I don't have the fucking like actual bill like writing knowledge and like the credentials to consider myself a LA, like legislative aid is what LA stands like. But basically there was a you know a port I had a portfolio of issue areas that I would um yeah that I would and also oh yeah bone breaker I remember. No, we're not gonna watch the video. We're not gonna watch the video. We're not gonna watch the video because judges in our court system, they already decided that everything that you're talking about is horse shit. Okay? So you can just go to the authorities again if you would like, and they can just throw it all away because it's all bullshit. But like we don't you can try and convince us, like, and it's just not gonna happen. Also too, we are not the ones that you need to convince. Bone breaker. You need to convince the court system. Once again, you could talk about legal, illegal all you want. What you're doing in this chat is a waste of your own time. If you actually believed that this was true, any of this stuff, okay, well then go to the courts, bone break Go to the courts. Take it to the courts. There is nobody in this chat, there's nobody on this stream who can help you. Bone break I'm sorry. And regardless of chudness, this is just, you know, a good information, okay? Right? If you want problems solved, it's good to good to go to the people who can actually solve those problems. This chat. Oh, well, great. Good luck. I think the 62 lawsuits that they had before that got tossed out by the courts, I'm sure that the 20 that are going on now, that's going to be it. That's going to be the difference maker, bone break Yep, it's going to happen. But either way, yeah, so when I was staffing, yeah, basically like veterans issues, small business issues, transportation, those are some of the areas where you kind of just got to like control the flow of information in and out of the office overall to make sure that the rep knows what's going on. Okay, cool. Let's look at this link. I want to look at this link now. So the video does not provide evidence of election fraud. A newly published video from the Gateway Pundit appears to show a van from the city dropping off ballots. The 8 p.m. election day deadline was for voters to return ballots, not for ballots to be delivered. Election officials have confirmed that ballots were delivered to the Detroit counting hub early Wednesday morning and were legally processed. Like, cool. All right, bone breaker. It's good thing you got those other 20 fucking lawsuits in the chamber, okay? It's good thing you got those other 20 lawsuits in the chamber already, because that one ain't gonna make it. Sorry about that. Yeah, and I agree too. Also, you know, sometimes just chud debunking is a little bit of fun, right? Just a little bit of fun for me. No big deal. But actually, I'm gonna go back to get Isaiah on, and then so I can work on getting Kenzo into the mix here.
Not have been locked up for marijuana, just in that short time frame. If it had been done like it should have been done under President Obama in 2008, 2009, How many people in this time span would not have been locked up for something as simple as marijuana? How many people wouldn't have a criminal record? How many people wouldn't have a blight on their record where they can't get a home loan, they can't go to school, they can't get a good job because we're criminalizing normal behavior? So we need to, I don't want to overhaul the criminal justice system because the system isn't broken. It's working the way it was designed to. I want to dismantle the criminal justice system. That includes defunding the police. If you know, here in New York City, the New York City Police Department is $6 billion a year budget. It's more than that, but on paper, it's $6 billion a year. What could we, imagine what we could do for school children. Imagine what we could do for homeless services. Imagine what we could do for public housing. Imagine what we could do for so many things in this city and across this country if federal funds weren't going to police departments, if billions of dollars in our city wasn't going to the New York City Police Department. All these things that I talk about, and these aren't, we're not going to get this done again unless we remove money from politics. Again, the police exist because they stop crime. Well, if you criminalize poverty, then it's a never-ending cycle. That's why if you go around neighborhoods that I live in, you go around Crown Heights, there's a police car on every corner. There are police towers on the corner in these neighborhoods. Who are they guarding against? What are they watching for? When I say that our neighborhoods are under siege, I'm not speaking hyperbole. This is real. These are siege tactics. And sadly, nobody, I don't want to say nobody, for the most part, the majority of people on the left who are in office aren't talking about these things. I mean, Donald Trump is gone. He wasn't the end-all be-all. He was just a manifestation of this crooked-ass system that we live in. But we need to dismantle the system that allowed a person like that to be able to flourish. Donald Trump couldn't put kids in concentration camps if there weren't concentration camps on the border. That was funded by Congress. Donald Trump couldn't threaten to use the most mighty military in the world to go to war with Iran if we didn't have a military that we pump hundreds of billions of dollars into every year. Donald Trump couldn't tell, police, don't be gentle with them, rough them up when you throw them in the car, if we didn't have a criminal justice system that was overarching and overreaching. All these things existed before him, and now the bad man is gone, and now it's time for us, Democrats on the left, to fix all these wrongs, not just to placate with platitudes and not to talk down to the activists and the organizers who truly care about these things. I'm going to answer a few more questions because I have some other lives and stuff to get to. Let me see what else. A good one. Labor. Okay. Somebody said, can I talk a little bit about labor and the labor movement? Well, I come from a union household. My dad was a union member. My wife is a union member. She's a UFT member. Union membership in this country has been systematically allowed to be decimated and gutted. And that's why workers don't have protections. I mean, in a capitalistic society in which we live in, capital does not care about workers. It doesn't care about working class people. It sure as hell doesn't care about poor people. It only cares about replicating itself and making more capital. And we see that every single day.
Bonebreaker is just sticking around for the
pandemic,
lessons.
we have 40 million
He's
people
learning
out of work, and yet the billionaires in this country have increased their wealth by gross amounts. Jeff Bezos is now the second richest man at 200 billion, and Elon Musk is at 200 billion. I mean, these are amounts that rival the GDP of some nations in this country. All the while, there are people standing in bread lines. There are people who are literally losing their homes, who are sleeping on the streets because union protections in this country have been decimated. If it wasn't, for my wife being in a union, she probably would have been laid off already because she's a teacher. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of teachers were laid off because, couldn't justify their existence because school was closed. We saw the fight a year ago with Amazon, and how they treat their workers. And right now in Alabama, the fight is going on with workers in Alabama who are trying to unionize in Amazon. And it's causing consternation within the corporate class because they know once you give workers something, it's damn near impossible to take it away. Once they get those union protections, once they start collective bargaining, Once they start fighting for better wages, you're never going to be able to take that away. So the capital class is holding on to whatever vestiges of power they think they still have because they understand the situation. And activists and organizers and those who are fighting in this fight understand the situation too and understand that the fight is a long one, it's an arduous one, but we have to keep fighting. Because what's the alternative? The alternative is the system that we have now that's not working. I mean, we see how it's exploiting workers. So we can't keep going down this road. You know, I mean, millions of dollars richer throughout this pandemic while 40 million people are out of work. So obviously these so-called job creators, they aren't creating jobs because there are people who are losing jobs right now, yet they're getting rich and the stock market is at an all-time high.
Hey, chat. When I say whatever I say when I'm muted, it wasn't for you. All right, we go over this every time, but it wasn't for you. That was for me. So yeah, that was Isaiah James, who friend of the show, running for NY9, I believe. Don't hold me to that. But who we're bringing on right now is another friend of the show and someone I've met through the Twitter sphere, if you will. He has his own show called Class Time. Well, we brought him on tonight, or today, I don't know what time it is. Talk a little bit about what he does in the daytime as a teacher in Chicago, as active and huge advocate for the DSA, and just all around good guy, Kenzo Shibata.
Marcus, thanks so much for having me on. So excited. This is my first appearance.
Yeah, no, and which is like, it's like one of the things where it's like, oh yeah, we were supposed to do a home and home, and then just like things got crazy, and so yeah, we're finally getting around to it. I guess by Sunday I'm gonna owe you another one. So you just right now you're gonna have to promise to come back on. But also, when I was making those promises, I was a little taking a bite off more than I could chew because we're very new to this Twitch streaming stuff. So
Same.
yeah, but
I really know that feeling.
Yeah. So how about we just kind of do the normal thing. If you want to just give an introduction about who you are, and I know you got a few different avenues to hit on, but please take as much time as you need.
Okay, cool. I maybe I should start with like the reason why I'm doing all this streaming and the podcast that I do called Class Time, and on Sundays I do a panel show called Pardon the Ignorance. Marcus is actually going to do his second appearance this Sunday, and the reason why I did this was a year ago. I'm a member of the Chicago Teachers Union, and I'm on the executive board of the CTU. We went on strike, and it was a long 11-day miserable experience, but one of the bright spots of it was we had our local DSA chapter, along with the Jobs with Justice chapter, started this program called Bread for Ed, and we raised almost immediately $35,000, and that was money that didn't just wasn't just donated to a strike fund. It was a mutual aid fund where the money went to buy in bulk, like lunches and breakfasts. And we have 5 socialist aldermen out of 50 in Chicago now, which is remarkable. They're all DSA members, and they use their offices as like places where teachers can warm up, but then also staging stations where we put together these lunches and breakfasts and delivered them. And one thing that I did the same thing I did this year. I tried doing a podcast blitz, and I did a handful of them, and I got on Chapo Trap House to talk about it. And overnight, we made 20 grand addition. So we made up to 55 grand at that point. And it was that was when I immediately realized we have to start building our own channels as well. Like Chapo's great, but I need to be able to like spring into action when my union or my community's in crisis and like build things. So I've been building this stuff for the last about a year. It was, a lot of learning. The idea initially was to be a podcast. Pandemic happened, and I started getting into watching streams. And I thought, well, I could do this. Essentially, this is what I'm doing with my classes, is doing like a stream all day where I try to educate them. So like I do this on stream, and I say fuck every once in a while, which I don't get to do.
Have you thought about just hitting go live while you're teaching your class just to see if it's a hit or not? Is that allowed or?
That is not allowed. The Chicago Public Schools would, because that would be an invasion of privacy. Like, I've definitely thought about how interesting that would be. Like, oh, I got, as I watch like an audience climb, I'm like, I can continue doing this lesson plan. If it starts to thin out, I'm like, oh, maybe switch things up.
Yeah. We got to go to social studies now.
The kids have to give me bits.
Yeah.
And subs. But so yeah, like that program, kind of sprung me into like thinking that. So like what I did this week was, I've dedicated all of my Tuesday streams to just talking to teachers and organizers in Chicago, and have been fundraising for this mutual aid program we're doing this year through the union, which is going to pay teachers who've been locked out of their classrooms. So like I should back up and tell this story. We're in a crisis right now in the Chicago Public Schools because our mayor is trying to force us into in-person learning with a plan that is half-baked and isn't fully funded, and does not take into account the fact that in 3 or so months, the majority of teachers will be vaccinated. She wants us to start immediately. So we're in this battle now over, well, the bottom line is, we know that it's not safe right now, and the mayor refuses to negotiate a start date with us. And ever since we took a strike vote 2 weeks ago, saying basically that if this turns to impasse, we're going to all go on strike, not just the teachers she's calling back immediately. She's been moving the start date. So, I mean, I think that's the power of solidarity, is like we haven't gone on strike, but we've been slowly moving her hand. And so, yeah, this week I did about 20 podcasts and streams to move that link, to tell people the story, because our mayor, Lori Lightfoot, last Sunday did a blitz on all the mainstream media. So like all these people were asking me like, what's going on there? I'm watching MSNBC, and Lori Lightfoot is saying the teachers union is being ridiculous. What's the deal? So I'm like, just have me on your show and we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
So that's been my week. But yeah, I'm a high school teacher and activist and streamer and podcaster and husband and dad.
Yeah, no, and I think kind of just going right into it too. It's like, give kind of broader context. There's a pandemic going on, and a lot of people are dying, and it's because our country is not willing to do very basic, simple things to take care of the people in this nation. Now, let's get to Chicago, a place where civility and morality in government is something that has been a bastion of Chicago going back for decades, right? Zero corruption. But all that aside, basically we have a situation where the problem is kids aren't able to engage in their community in the way that they were able to because of the pandemic. In the same way too, it's like there's just things that we need in our community, and the people providing those needs have kids. And what do you do with them rascally rabbits when we need the people to do the things, okay? And now we say, hey, schools, you just have to open up. Now, if you're a teacher and you recognize the importance of your role, not only just as an educator, but as someone that oversees, right, the nation's kids, while the nation is doing the other labor, right? So like two very extremely important things.
Mm-hmm.
can we have the protections and the resources to do our job? And Lori Lightfoot, the mayor of Chicago, has consistently said, you can go fuck yourself. I think I feel like I gave it proper context. And that's where you kind of jumped in and saying, hey, you're doing these blitzes to make sure that people can understand the situation. And also too, talking to the fact that like the mainstream media will, I think it largely operates on access journalism type of things, right? And so, hey, now like Lori, she's friends. She's probably buddies with a lot of the media types, and just being in the Democratic Party, right? You can almost do no wrong, right? On MSNBC or CNN, whatever. And they're gonna, and like that's what's just sick, is she's going out there and she's demonizing teachers, and regardless actually of what the labor is, just arguing against people who want the required safety needs in order to do their job right.
I'm glad you brought up media, because this is an interesting thing to behold. Chicago media is Chicago. We have a mainstream media, and then we have a great independent media. And for the most part, mainstream media is not great. And Lori Lightfoot, because she's been so just not forthright with our local media and lying to them about things, outright lying to their faces, doing weird things like giving an exclusive to one paper over the other over something that she was just going to like talk, release to the papers 2 or 3 days later. Like a lot of just rookie mistakes. And like she has a huge press team. Her press team is bigger than any other department that actually does anything in Chicago. And she so that, like you were saying, Marcus, like that's what gives her access to the national media, because through the Democratic Party, she was on the stage of one of the embarrassing Zoom calls this summer from the DNC. Like, the national DNC, I think kind of for, identity purposes, they like her. They don't want to see how she's governing and how, she's actually really butting heads with Black and brown leadership in the city, and the LGBTQ leadership as well. Even though she represents both those groups nationally, they like that, but locally, groups that represent all of those folks do not like her. She doesn't have much of a base in the city, and when you lie to the Chicago press, they're gonna turn on you, and that's what's kind of happened. I'm not saying they're on the side of the union, but the local press have been very hard on her. So she's giving them very little access. She's giving them really just insane press conferences where it stops at a moment, and then she'll add a few more words to talk shit about our union. And then it goes on like 30-minute press conferences where she says very little, but like rants about the union. But then on the national stage, she's cool, calm, collected, and able to just like give her message without a union person to counter her, because they don't ask our union leaders on those stages.
Well, that's something that's like where if you separate, so if Lightfoot is separating herself from the local media who can actually ask in-depth questions, and then only goes to the big stage media where they're just gonna say, well, hey Lori, what's going on? And then she gets to say, this is what's happening, and then that's it. And then like they end it, well, thanks for coming on. Those teachers sound mean, and and like that's all that they're gonna get. Which like, hey, politically, if you're an awful person, that's the right move. But if you actually care about labor rights, if you care about educating our children, you would probably want to do the other thing. Which and that's part of it, I think, too, is the issue, is that telling the Biden administration that they need to act faster than slower in order for schools to just be able to open. That would be necessary too. But why fight the most powerful man in the world when you could beat up on teachers?
And like so many of these issues are interconnected. Like I just keep saying the working class needs to catch a break eventually. Like we never get to catch a break. And like the $2,000 checks would have been huge. If we had like a $2,000 check per family member per month, a lot of my students wouldn't have had to like get jobs at Costco working practically full time while doing Google Meets on their phones. That would have changed their lives. It would have changed the lives of their parents. You know, a lot of the parents lost their jobs, so the kids are not just taking on part-time after-school jobs for comic books. They're earning for their families, and that's the case for a lot of families. But it's even more now than ever, where kids are working to help feed the family. And you know, it was a failure of the federal government, and now it's a failure of the local government to mitigate the damage the federal government did to us.
Yeah, no, and I mean, which is difficult, you know, like when you get to the line of like federal government, you know, with the money printer versus local
Mhm.
government, who, you know, yeah, you know, like through some of the efforts that you've already done, right, like mutual aid and all these things, you know, sometimes it's like, hey, it's just us type of thing,
Mhm.
and you know, I guess this is the union plug, right, where this is a DSA plug, or this is the join an organization that helps change the material conditions in your community for the better plug. This is why, okay? Because bad times, like we can act surprised at bad times, we should be always preparing for them, you know?
Mhm.
And whether it's from a 100-year global pandemic to when the boss is being an asshole, we can lock shields and take care of business. It all, like you said, it all connects. It all connects. Um, but yeah, it kind of just it starts with, you know, taking that first step to just, you know, click sign up to, you know, put input your email into a sign up bar, which, you know, something that I'd like for you to talk about too is just like DSA overall, and then also too just kind of like getting into the local chapter, because something that we try and hit and support is, like I said, is just joining organizations that are doing the right things.
Mhm.
A lot of times where you get caught up is, well, this chapter or this person in this organization is a huge piece of shit, and therefore, you know, the whole thing is garbage. Um, so yeah, I guess can you speak to your experience with the DSA and what you do, you know?
So I was one of the founders of our labor branch in Chicago, where I'm really proud of that organization. I stepped down from leadership. I just did 1 year to help them build, and it started out as a committee, became a branch, and now the branch has subcommittees. So like the really important one right now is the Strike and Solidarity Committee. Like, you know, the labor branch will often work on issues that are a little more like big picture about like, you know, intersections of labor and housing and things like that. But then the Strike and Solidarity Committee is hyper focused on like if there's a labor action, they're going to turn people out to the strike lines. They're going to, you know, make sure there's food, and not just that, but political education. Like one thing, the last strike, which was really impactful, was Chicago DSA adopted a dozen strike lines. And even though they were providing support to every school we could cover, those were the ones where every day there was multiple DSA members there, helping the members out with whatever they needed. Um, Sometimes it was running and getting coffee. It was boosting morale, uh, singing chants, teaching chants, just like people that have maybe not been super experienced organizers, but have been in DSA for a year or two and like know how to like go out and raise some hell. So that was amazing. And they also, of course, raised, like I was saying earlier, the 55,000 to feed families. And you know, I think what's worth of the price of dues alone in my chapter is we issue a weekly email called This Week in CDSA, where every single committee meeting is listed there with a little snapshot of what they do. And in addition to that, like any actions we're involved in. So if you're just kind of like, I don't know what to do, but I'd be interested in showing up to a march or something like that, or a virtual social media blitz. We'll have all that available to you. And then there's the Red Star Bulletin, which will go more in depth with some sort of struggle the city's in and how you can get involved. And like the last issue is all about the CTU CPS struggle. And they included in there a social media kit, so you can tweet and send social media messages of support. Where to send contributions to our strike fund. And then beyond that, like once you get those email blasts and you know where to go, we have a program called Rose Buddies, where you get mentored by a more experienced DSA member, and you'll have Zoom calls or regular calls every few months and just check in and discuss your political development. And we have a really good political education program. So it's not, how do I put it? I don't want to say nonpartisan because it's socialist, but like you're not gonna like walk out a tanky or a trot in this. Like tankies and trots are both allowed in these education sessions. So like we have debates, we have dialectic.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean like I think that's really the value in it. And like even beyond, the thing too is people might not know is that if you can't afford dues, they have programs where you can either pay reduced or zero dues, because the important thing is we want people involved.
Yeah, no, and that's something too that's like that was like a kind of an easy one of people saying like, oh, like the dues, and it's like, well, like they just want you to be involved, like like whether it's like different plans or just, hey, comrade, get your ass in here.
Yeah.
It's I think and also too it's like one thing I do understand is like we do live in the society where like just puts a whole lot of shame on people, if you're not able to buy and then do all these things like that. But that's where too it's like I hope you're able to go into left organizations and those organizations actually be left, right? Because your capital is the last thing that I think about when thinking about how important a person is to their society. And I'm like the DSA, as a socialist organization is probably going to be the same, right? Or at least similar. And that's where too it's again like someone's gonna say in the chat in 10 seconds, well, I went to a meeting and this person, it's like, okay, got it. Not everybody's perfect. Not every chapter's perfect, but we always got to move forward. and also too is like you're talking. You mentioned earlier, 5 out of 50 aldermans for the government there, and like I mean when you talk about New York DSA and how many people they're able to get to their the New York Council. And also, what was it, 90,000? Did they just hit 90K?
90,000, yeah.
Like 2 weeks ago, a week ago? Time is a flat circle for me now. But I know it was relatively recent. So, yeah, good things, jump on board. And so I was talking with Jason Call. He's a candidate out of Washington that's running for the House. And yeah, he was just kind of talking about it's like, yeah, we got it. Like, we're running out of time.
Mm-hmm.
But like, there's only one way about going about doing this, and that takes time. So we just get started now. Like, if you're not doing it, get started now, because like we recognize it takes time.
One of the things I stopped doing is like retweeting those memes of like, here's a DSA guy, and it's like a white nerdy kid in a beanie with glasses and a beard. Because I tweeted this a while ago, like I'm a father, I'm a husband, a person of color, I don't fit that stereotype, and like we need to stop joking that way because yeah, there are a lot of like geeky white dudes with beards in DSA, but I think it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy if we keep joking about that. And DSA does need to become more diverse, and the in jokes I think can be alienating.
Yeah, no, and it's like also just a good mentality to have with any like organization or group that you have, and like, um, I mean, hell, even for like us, it's like we constantly get people asking us like, well, whether it's okay if they join our Discord if they're not a veteran, and it was like, well, hell yeah, and it's like, well, shit, we kind of did. We did set this up, and all, just because the way things work, and so there's always kind of a challenge to make sure that you're being inclusive, and even the jokes you make can yeah, like you said, self-fulfilling prophecy. So, and actually too is like I want to make sure, because I don't know what we talked about, how much time that you do have, and I want to make sure I'm respecting how much time you got.
Oh, I can do another 15 minutes.
Cool. Well, before we get into more shenanigans or anything, what can we do to support Chicago teachers moving forward? And like kind of, yeah, like what's the next steps? What can we do to support y'all moving forward?
So I'm going to drop the link in the chat again. This is our strike fund. And what's significant about this kind of mutual aid is that it has a lot of purposes. And if we can grow this strike fund to an amount that's big enough to prove to the mayor that we can afford to stay out on a long strike and our folks aren't going to like lose rent or go hungry, then that could get her to back off. And if this money doesn't end up being, well, actually, some of the money is already being used because the mayor called in a few schools really early on at the beginning of the semester, and a lot of the teachers there, the majority are locked out because they refuse to go back into the buildings. So they're already going without paychecks. So they're going to get paid out of this, but that money runs out. So we're trying to raise as much as possible. And that money basically determines how long we can go on strike if we do. The people who are locked out, like I was saying, like they are already getting funded. But then in the case where the mayor continues to push and locks out all elementary school teachers, then high school teachers like me in solidarity we're all going to go out on strike together. And that's when that hardship fund, that strike fund can really come and help. Really just pay attention to what's going on and cut through the noise. I'm going to drop a couple of Twitter accounts here.
The chat is yours, good sir.
Appreciate that. So the best place to find like the most recent news that's verifiable, that's the CTU, that's Chicago Teachers Union. The link to their Twitter. My Twitter as well. I'm on the executive board of the union. So every night at about 8 p.m. Central, we all huddle up on Zoom and talk about what the next day is going to look like. And we meet with the officers, and they're the ones that actually go and meet with CPS administration. In fact, last night, the Board of Education walked away at 11:15 p.m., and I haven't gotten an update yet if they've come back to the table. So in about 2 hours, I'll have some more news, and I'll likely tweet about it, just to keep everyone, in the loop about what's going on, and how they can help. This is going to be a difficult one because the last strike, people flew in from everywhere to come in and pack our strike lines and help us with organizing. And, we're not asking for that now because that's just not safe. And there might be some public demonstrations, but they'll be socially distanced. And I won't be involved in it because my wife is immunocompromised, so I can't, we just don't risk it. So yeah. A lot of the work is going to be online. So, pay attention and we'll have asks.
Yeah, no, and that's something that we've definitely tried to focus our community on, and help, we had a good Fax That Ask campaign, faxing representatives and senators about $2,000 checks, and yeah, and something that we're always willing to do because we can get on the internet and bitch, or we could get on the internet and bitch with a purpose. So
Last time, I'm sorry.
No, I was good. Go ahead.
I was going to say the last time I did something like that, I was working with Sunrise Chicago. They were doing this whole social media campaign around making sure Rahm Emanuel didn't get any appointments in DC. And every single mode of communication that you could do, they packed into a social media kit, and we did this live on my stream. And we didn't, of course, make this happen, but everyone just on social media, emailing representatives and just saying, no, Rahm doesn't deserve a third or fourth chance at this point. It must have worked because he doesn't have a job in DC now.
This is something that I've been saying, and so yeah, like I used to staff for a member of Congress, and it's like it makes a difference, right? Like it makes a fucking difference if people call and email and send faxes. And actually, like I love the fax thing because that's something that like you never see the fax machine go off. Fax machine rarely goes off, and so like the fact that like we started just. People were also like flooding it with memes and all this type of stuff, even messaging to the staffers and saying, hey, your boss doesn't care about you, just like they don't care about us. That type of messaging of just like, no matter what, if you just send it out. And hey, we're not getting $2,000 checks, okay? But checks are on the way. And also too, it's like you said, it's like we now understand that like they do hear, and they're never going to say, we're never going to have that mission accomplished moment. Well, not that I was actually a mission accomplished, but we're never going to even have a faux victory speech moment. It's always going to be a continuous struggle. But yeah, it matters. It matters, and it's a light lift. It's a light lift, and it's a good way for people to just like, I can't tell you how happy it made me just having a lot of messages personally come in and saying, this is the first time I've ever contacted my representative, and I'm going to do it tomorrow. And it's like, hell yes. Make it a part of your daily routine.
Yeah, I personally hate using telephones. But like if you just have your script in front of you, your talking points, the person on the other side, they don't want to keep you on the line and do a lot of small talk either. You can just barrel through a bunch of calls. And really you only have to do probably 3 to your congressman or your senator or something like that.
Yeah, depending on the issue. Yeah.
So easy.
Yeah.
And what they look at the volume. They don't just they might say like, okay, let's do a file folder of all, I support this bill, and another one of I don't support this bill, and they'll just look at the volume of it.
Yep.
So even if you are just sending out a form letter through Action Network or whatever, it matters.
Yeah. And that's also too, like you said, it's like the calls can be extremely short. If there's already a bill on the floor for something, hello, this is my name, this is my address, I support this, and I want the congressperson to know. If you want to make sure that they got the message, just say, hey, and I would also like a response. And then that's it. And then, like you said, like on the issues, they'll have gun legislation, pro, con. Like they'll have abortion, pro, like all the things. And depending on what it was, and actually, so when I was actually on staff, that was during like, I almost said the last impeachment, but that would be incorrect. The first Trump impeachment. And yeah, like, oh hey, we're doing this. Okay, start the impeachment, and it's not that it changed my rep's mind, but it's just something that you take into account. I think we got about 5 minutes left. I think off of what you were saying. So the most important question on Left Flank. Do you have any pets, and can we see them?
No, I have a child, and he's busy right now. But yeah, no pets. We're probably we were thinking about getting a dog during pandemic, and we can't keep the house clean enough. So we're thinking somewhere down the line, definitely a dog.
Okay. All right. Well, no one's perfect, chat. No one's perfect.
I'm allergic to cats, but I do like them. That's my existence.
I had this random story of the day. I had a buddy from high school that realized he was allergic to cats when he just picked one up and started rubbing on his face, in it, and it's like so it was so soft, and then his like face blew up, obviously. But he survived. It's okay. So
I ate something on a date once where my upper lip just blew up, and I'm just like, what do I do? I was really young too, so I'm like, do I just say I'm having an allergic reaction? Do I act casual about it? And I just act casual about it. Never called her again. Sorry.
And now you're married, kid, and
yes,
and that poor woman is just waiting, wondering what happened. It's sad, so sad. Well, Kenzo, I just want to say thank you so much for coming on. And is there anything you want to hit on? Is there anything that you weren't able to say? But also too, if you want to give me any hints on the topics for the show coming up on Sunday, I'll take that as well.
I haven't started writing them yet. Usually what I do, let's see, today's Friday. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be flipping through the news of the week. Usually one of the things I actually do for research is I look through the Twitter feeds of the guests. So it's like, oh, if something you're already talking about, is there anything you'd like to talk about Sunday?
Man, I've been obsessed with Marjorie Taylor Greene this past week. I like streamed the whole, like almost the whole like thing. So that's what my head is primed towards this week. And it's an absolute terror and detriment on my mental health.
We'll definitely be, she was a topic last week, but she's just the gift that keeps on giving, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But is so highly entertaining. I guess, one of the things I wanted to bring up about the last strike was it was interesting that, so first of all, Bernie, of course, did the most to support us. He came out the night before our strike vote, rallied with us. He gave a pep talk to the entire bargaining team. We all took selfies with him. And then he let us use he used his email list to get people out to their strike lines and get people to support our strike fund. And I think there was so much media and so much attention brought to that, and seeing just thousands of red shirt teachers who are people who know how to knock on doors and make calls, all rallying around Bernie. Almost all of the other Democratic primary contenders came out and gave some sort of support. Warren came out physically, and all but Gabbard and Mayor Pete made videos at least in support of us. We didn't ask for their help, nor do we want their help. I mean, there's a little tease there is that Pete Buttigieg is one of his political rivals is the brother of our union VP in Indiana. But he's just an anti-union asshole, Buttigieg. So that's probably why.
I mean, McKinsey, please.
I am a phoenix rising from the ashes.
Tulsi Gabbard on my side.
Yes. It's like, TERFs and McKinsey analysts, like, just, you can stay whatever side you're on. Like, go ahead. Just stay there.
But even Biden put out a video where he called it was the cheesiest looking thing, but it's actually kind of cute too, where he called our union president, and his crew had someone on our side tape our union president on the call, and then they taped Joe in his, mahogany book room, and like they edited it together, and he's like, it looks like an old man calling his son and telling him he's proud of him, because he's like, I'm so proud of you and what you're doing. He barely says the word strike or anything, but it's definitely a positive message. And it was one of the more surreal, like a David Lynch experience in the middle of last strike for me.
It's like, what's that app where it's like you just hire people to say a message?
Cameo.
It was like a cameo in real time. It's just like, hey, we need you to do the cameo. It's just a positive message. We got to do it live. Just pick up the phone.
And like our president Jesse, you could see what he's thinking in his face, like, holy shit, what the hell's going on? I just have to go with it. Like the president supporting, or but Joe Biden supporting us. But also you could see how surreal it was in his eyes. Another funny thing, a friend of mine was with him when he was on a CTA bus, and the CTA, all of our local buses ran for free for striking teachers that year. And he had a voice, he did a call with Bernie, and he didn't know it was Bernie at first. It was just he kept getting a call over and over and over again from a number he didn't know, and so he put it on speakerphone, and everyone on the bus. I wasn't there, but everyone on the bus fell silent to listen to Bernie talk to our union president on the CTA bus.
That's kind of dope. That's like one of the most base things I've ever heard. That's so awesome. It actually kind of reminds me of that one Bernie. I don't know. It was just like an ad and just kind of like a moment that was recorded where he was riding the bus. Maybe it might have been in New York, or he was riding the subway or something like that, and just having conversations with people. Yeah, that's dope. Well, and then like obviously striking during a campaign and having those type of those big names come through. Have you been having trouble get support you need, or is are things doing okay as of right now?
Biden is being weird because he's got this 100-day in office promise to open up all the schools, but then he was asked at a press conference how he felt about our struggle, and he says, well, I trust the teachers and they just want to teach kids, but safely. And that changed the tone a bit at the table. Like, I think it got through our mayor that the president was not on her side. And then he was asked again recently, and he gave more of a wishy-washy answer. So we'll see. It doesn't bode well for him that the third largest district goes on a strike to keep schools at distance learning, considering one of his signature parts of his program is opening the schools. He'd be best off letting this kind of fade away so he doesn't get dinged for it about his promises. But a strike won't be good for him either politically. Definitely not good for the mayor, not good for the union either, but we're going to have to do what we're going to have to do.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, it's that's the thing that's like really frustrating is like when you see Mayor Lightfoot go out there and talk about just opening schools so flippantly, just complete head in the sand, ignoring reality. And it's like at the end of the day, it's like, hey, yeah, Kento, you look like a young, strong lad, maybe you survived COVID, but it's like, what about your loved ones?
Mm-hmm.
What about your coworkers that aren't so strapping, young, and strong like yourself? What about them? What about their loved ones as well? It's just like it's such a absolute ignorant and just terrible way, right? And like, sorry, the future was coming in right now. But yeah, and I know you're probably gonna get going, but so I just thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
And we'll definitely have to do it again. And I know that you're busy doing the rounds, but we'll sometime we'll have to like just set out like a chunk of time where we can just bullshit about the politics and stuff like that.
Yeah, that'll be great, and I'll see you Sunday.
See you. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah. All right, take care, Marcus.
Okay. All right. Well, that was dope. That was some good shit. And Winston came and joined me. I don't know if y'all saw that. Winston came in. He was taking a nap. Hey, Winnie. And one last time, I'm going to. So last time, that's the fundraiser for the teachers union. All the things that Kenzo was talking about, right, from just strike fund, mutual aid, to helping provide teachers with a salary as they've been pushed out of their own salaries through the pandemic. So once again, hey, if you can if you can help out, monetarily, please, please, please. Understanding though, hey, we live in this dystopian capitalist society, so if you cannot, please just consider sharing the links amongst your I don't know, your wealthy friends and shit like that. But also too, there is I'm having a brain fart now. Oh yeah. So all those links that put in Chicago Teachers Union and stuff like that, give those a follow, retweet, likes, all that stuff helps boost the message. And so now I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get out of here. Friday's supposed to be left flank night off. And I've been here with y'all for quite some time, yeah? Be okay, yeah? Ooh. Okay. Alright. We'll see who's doing what. And actually, so I'm going to be raiding into my good friend, Ruel.
Then they did dumps.
Uh-oh.
They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
Oh, thank you, State Quarter Fan, for hosting. You're about to unhost. All right, yeah, we'll raid into Ruel because I feel it's been a while. Thank y'all so much for those sticking around. That from Jason Call and with like the Raiders, right? Rob and Nomiki, appreciate it so much. Chat, thank y'all for being here, and I should really start doing, like get into the raid stuff before I start doing like the exit stuff. You know what I'm saying? But either way, it's all good. It's all good. Oh yeah, so Sunday, Taste Friday. Tomorrow, Saturday, we'll have Saturday Night's Edition. Sunday, we will have the Winter Soldier, the Mike Preisner on. And it's going to be a really dope interview. He's going to be talking about his experience as like the anti-war advocate, his experience with the PSL, and just him as just a dope dude all around. So 4 Eastern time. Check that out right here. But we'll see you tomorrow night before then. So please jump in with a raid, and we will see you all later.